Hello. Hi guys. Yeah, the audio is fine, right? Welcome to the live stream. Today we have some important audience requests to get into. Some great stuff were suggested. I hope people who suggested those topics are online today. So our topics of discussion today are first we will get into this little 7 to 10 page paper by a historical sociologist who has a master's, I think, in English and history from London. A Bengali person. What's his name? Binoy Kumar Sarkar. So he's a pretty old person. He I think passed away in 1949. So his paper is on Hindu theory of international relations. So kind of what Sanjeev Sanyal got into a few days back, that how can you base your idea of international relations, political science, geopolitics on Hindu scriptures or Hindu ideas or Hindu ethos in general. That's what I guess is the point of the paper, because I have not read it as of yet. It will be an honest reaction to the paper basically as we read it together. And next we will get into a great 2-3 page article, I think 6 or 7 page article suggested by another viewer, Niner, which is an epigraphia, which is the gigantic multiple volume Epigraphica Indica collection, which is up on the Government of India website as well. There we will discuss that ancient Shaivite place called Mahasthanam, which is in all probability today the place called Mahasthangarh in Bangladesh. We will discuss what were the Mauryan scripts, Brahmi scripts, or even Pali scripts, I think, found in that place. The person who has written that volume is also someone pretty old. I think he passed away in the 40s only, and he was an expert archaeologist. And then we will get into a reaction video for something also a viewer suggested, James Lindsey's explanation of what is Marxism. It's a short video, 28-minute video. We will discuss that, how much he is right and wrong. And then if we have further time, we will discuss, and depending how many people are online, we will discuss the Desai Deepak versus Kirpal debate that they had with Shoma Chaudhary anchoring. Let's see, if we get time. We'll probably won't have time because it's best to announce a JSD reaction video beforehand. So yeah, who has joined? Linguist me, Hindu, हम हिंदू थे और हिंदू रहेंगे. Yes, हम वेद पुराण आगम सबको मानते हैं. Yes. Shangramjit, hello. Okay, first let's start with this paper, which is available on JSTOR for free. So if you all have a Google account, obviously you have, it's best if you all open this JSTOR tab on your on another Google Chrome tab as well, so that you all can read this along with me and we can discuss this together. It can be a collaborative effort. Okay. So, Hindu theory of international relations. Let's see what's written here. The doctrine of mandala, sphere of influence. Yes. The conception of external sovereignty was well established in the Hindu philosophy of the state. The Hindu thinkers not only analyzed sovereignty with regard to the constitutional elements in a single state, they realized also that sovereignty is not complete unless it is external as well as internal. What a great way to start the paper. Sovereignty, if I had a digital pen or something, I would have to mark this place. Sovereignty is not complete unless it is external as well as internal. That is, unless the state can exercise its internal authority unobstructed by and independently of other states around him. What a great thing to point out. It seems pretty obvious, but it's an absolutely beautiful statement to make and to point out, to put a finger on, and see how much we have had a problem with this particular statement, and how much we have not been really able to accomplish this thing until about 2019 or 20. Great misery, says Shukra, comes of dependence on others. There is no greater happiness than that from self-rule. Okay, for those of you who don't know, in Arthashastra, Chanakya basically writes Arthashastra like a research paper. So he repeatedly cites people and then he says whether I agree with him or disagree with him, and then goes ahead and makes the argument. So among the many rishis that he cites in Arthashastra is Shukracharya. What's happening with my hair? Okay. This is one of the maxims of the Shukra Niti bearing on the freedom of the Rashtra, or the land and the people in a state. Kautilya also, in his remarks on foreign rule, expresses the same idea in a negative manner. Under it, we are told in his Arthashastra, the country is not treated as one's own land, it is impoverished. Okay. The country is not treated as one's own land, it is impoverished, its wealth carried off, or it is treated as a commercial article. The description is suggestive of John Stuart Mill's metaphor of the cattle farm applied to the government of one people by another. Yeah. Vassal state. The doctrine of independence, Swarajya, Aparadhinatva. Okay, Aparadhinatva. Implied in this conception of external sovereignty was obviously the foundation of the theory of the state in relation with other states. And this is very important because this paper, you have to remember in what context it is being written. It's a very significant and fascinating point why this is being made and why this is being written and when it is being written. It's being written when India is still not independent. So this scholar is basically bringing out arguments from ancient Hindu scriptures, not random European ideas, not random Hindu-Muslim unity ideas. He's taking from the pool of ancient scriptures and ancient ideas and even ancient non-religious scriptures like Arthashastra to argue in favor of independence, when most congresses would not favor independence, at a time when people like Surendranath Banerjee, in whose name there is a famous college in Kolkata, people like him are saying that we don't want independence. Not only do we not want independence, it's not like we are indifferent to it. We actively don't want independence. We will oppose those who want independence. Those who want independence should be sent to an asylum. We should remain just another province under the United Kingdom government. We will be one of those kingdoms in the United Kingdom. So, at such a time, this scholar is writing this paper. So the doctrine of independence implied in this conception of external sovereignty was obviously the foundation of the theory of the state in relation with other states. And it gave rise to certain categories of droit de gens or jus gentium, which normally influenced Hindu political thinking from at least the 4th century BC. These concepts can more or less be grouped under the doctrine of mandala, that is sphere or circle or influence, sphere or circle of influence, interests, ambitions, enterprise and whatnot. And see how much this is in line with what Desai Deepak argues, right? That wo POK lenge ki nahi, Akhand Bharat hoga ki nahi, that is secondary. First is you have to have some of your ethos, some of your influence in those places. My personal idea is that at least we need to have military bases in these countries, Bangladesh, Pakistan. Second is our cultural influence. They must not feel any enmity with Hindus or Hinduism at all. They have to explicitly say that we do not have any problem with Hinduism. It's a beautiful religion, but we just follow Allah. Unless they say at least this, there's no question of bringing these people into our country. These concepts can more or less be grouped under the doctrine of mandala, that is sphere or circle of influence, interests, ambitions, enterprise and whatnot. See, not only influence, it's not just that we have to influence and inspire Bangladesh and Pakistan to be more pro-Indic, pro-Hindu, pro their own ancestors, but common ambitions as well. They have to be in line, their existence has to be in line with our ambition as well. This doctrine of mandala, underlying as it does the Hindu idea of the balance of power, pervades the entire speculation on the subject of international relations. Okay, the other tab where I have opened this paper, I can't see the comment section. Okay, so I'll just open the live chat from my phone. Okay, so hold on. So today Vivek Ramaswamy came on Jordan Peterson's podcast. Have you all seen it? I've seen almost half of it already. I was pretty excited. Today he ended up having to make more and more references to his Hindu faith because, not just to say that how do you think a Hindu can win an election? वो प्रश्न अब बार-बार हो गया है उससे. Now he had to end up referring to Hinduism just because the situation demanded it. So it was a pretty great conversation because repeatedly Jordan Peterson is asking that what makes you think this way? What makes you do this particular thing? How are you coming up with this idea? So in those contexts, directly or indirectly, he's repeatedly bringing in this is the Hindu ethos. Ancient Indian scripture, ancient Indian society. This phrase was used today about 2-3 times in Jordan Peterson's podcast. That is very important because ancient means Chanakyan times, not Akbar and Jahangir. Okay, now let me check the comment section. Okay, so Neenar is here. Yeah, Neenar, your paper will be discussed. Yes, Radhe Radhe, exactly. Probably if economic prosperity in India actually happens, these terrorists might actually start seeing us as an aspirational model and respect our civilizational connects and roots. Yes, some will definitely do that. It's not like everyone in Pakistan and Bangladesh is absolutely fucking crazy. But some will not, and some will pretend to, but will not in their hearts. I guess that's the price we'll have to pay if we really want these people to be our allies. Bangladesh pretends to be an ally, but the secular female prime minister is about to lose this election in the coming election, I think. And the further right Islamist, the other female prime minister is going to come to power. Okay. Pervades the entire speculation on the subject of international relations. It is hinted at by Shukra and referred to by Manu. Kamandaka has devoted a whole chapter to the topic. It has been exhaustively treated by Kautilya. Yeah. We are not concerned here with the doctrine as such. We shall only study it in its bearing on the theory of sovereignty. What a great paper, man. I forgot who recommended this. Thank you so much. In the first place, the doctrine of Mandala is essentially the doctrine of Vijigisu, aspirant to conquest, or Siegfried. It is the cult of expansion. Now, the Mahabharata inculcates the ethics of manliness as the highest thing and characterizes it as consisting in a ceaseless upward striving. The same aspiration to press only up and bend not, or elect glory even at the cost of life, can influence each and all of the states on earth. The doctrine becomes necessarily a spur to the struggle for existence, self-assertion, and world domination among the Siegfrieds. The conception is thus altogether a dynamic factor calculated to disturb the equilibrium and status quo of international politics, yes. First then, in regard to the doctrine of Vijigisu, according to Kautilya, it is the ambition of each state to acquire strength and happiness for the people. The elan vital of a ruler in Kamandaka's conception also lies in the quote-unquote aspiration to conquer. The king says he, should establish in himself the nabhi or center of gravity of a system. He should become the lord of a mandala. In the circle of influence power, the closer circle of influence, concentric circles, of course. It is part of his duty to try to have a quote-unquote full sphere around him, just as the moon is circled by a complete orb. Exactly what even Abhijit Chavra has pointed out based on the nature of power, right? The full sphere is, of course, the circle of states related to the Siegfried as allies, enemies, and neutrals. I wonder if Abhijit Chavra knows that this idea, which he has read in a famous book called The Nature of Power, I wonder if he knows that these are also talked about in ancient Indian texts, that there is, and it's not just that you have to have 4 or 5 close, trustable people around you. It's specifically a circle, a mandala, sphere. Okay, sphere is goal, of course. So even ancient India specifically recommends a sphere of influence, close sphere of influence around the person, the king, and then it can go further and further with lesser influence, but there has to be a circle of influence. Perpetual preparedness must therefore be the first postulate of realpolitik in Hindu theory. Now, this is the idea that perpetual preparedness is why I'm always recommending decolonizing our self-defense laws, gun rights, easy to own firearms, easy to keep any weapons at home, and self-defense classes for at least handling 1 or 2 people on the streets. One should be ever ready with danda, the mailed fist, declares Manu naively. Quote, should always have one's might in evidence and policies well guarded, as well as be ever on the lookout for the enemy's holes. End quote. Further, one should, quote, bring to subjection all those elements that are obstacles to the career of triumph. Yes, bring to subjection, meaning those elements which are your obstacles in your career or triumph, career of triumph, they should become your subjects. They should not be over you, above you, be superior to you. The rationale of this preparedness is very simple indeed. It is as elemental as human blood itself. It goes without question in Shukra Niti that, quote-unquote, all rulers are unfriendly. Nay, they are, quote, secret enemies to those who are rising, vigorous, virtuous and powerful. What wonder in this, asks Shukra, and his solution is given in another query which carries its own answer vis-a-vis, quote, are not the rulers all covetous of territory, end quote. Such being the data of international psychology, Kamandaka frankly suggests that, quote, in order to do away with one's enemies, their kith and kin should be employed whenever possible. So it's like keep your friends close but keep your enemies closer. So employ the friends and family of your enemies. So you see, this seems to be something BJP is doing. Because is not poison outdone by poison, diamond cut by diamond, and the elephant subdued by the elephant? Fishes again swallow fishes. Similarly, relatives swallow relatives. The Ramayana is cited in the Kamandaki Niti for a corresponding precedent in diplomatic tactics. The fact is well known that in order to overthrow Ravana, his brother Vibhishana was exploited by Rama. The Vijigisu then cannot by any means afford to indulge in pious wishes or have faith in the utopian statecraft of idealistic dreamers. Lol. So casually anti-communist. This is so casually anti-Marxist, anti-woke. Okay, ये तो obvious है. This is obvious. This is just the order of the day. How can we believe in utopianism? What under these conditions are likely to be the relations between the hypothetical Siegfrieds, people who are aspiring, of the Niti Shastras? Kyunki now we are dealing with multiple people, multiple fronts, multiple states, multiple rulers who are all Siegfrieds of the Niti Shastras. These firebrands are normally endowed with a war mentality and a bellicose attitude. The world in their eyes is a theatre of warfare and equipment for warfare, and they proceed on the assumption that nothing can be unfair in war. The student of political science must therefore have to make almost the same remarks about the quote-unquote aspirants of Hindu political speculations as those of Grotius in the Prolegomena to his epoch-making Laws of War and Peace, written in 1625, okay? He wrote that, I saw prevailing throughout the Christian world, writes the father of international law, in regard to the European international politics of the early 17th century. Okay, in that context, he's saying, I saw prevailing throughout the Christian world a license in making war of which even barbarous nations would have been ashamed. Can you believe this? Okay, the father of international law is saying in 1625 that I saw prevailing throughout the Christian world a license in making war, a license in committing war, doing war, of which a license मतलब वो लाइसेंस का जिस लाइसेंस से ऐसा लाइसेंस इन लोगों ने खुद ने आपको दे दिया, अपने आप को दे दिया, जिस लाइसेंस से even barbarous nations would have been ashamed. Insane quote. Recourse was had to arms for slight reason or no reason. And when arms were taken up, all reverence for divine and human law was thrown away, just as if men were henceforth authorized to commit all crimes without restraint. Something what Ashoka did, okay? This is describing basically the Christian world, written in 1625, but it describes Ashoka exactly word for word. Can you believe this? See, I saw prevailing throughout the Christian world a license in making war of which even barbarous nations would have been ashamed. Recourse was had to arms for slight reason or no reason, and when arms were taken up, all reverence for divine and human law was thrown away, just as if men were henceforth authorized to commit all crimes without restraint. This is what Ashoka has always done. This is what Aurangzeb has always done. This is what basically all Mughal kings and all Muslim kings have always also done. Let's check some comments now. Bro, please post these papers in our group. उनको उनके रूट्स में वापस लाने के लिए भी हमको लॉन्ग टर्म प्लान करना पड़ेगा. Yes, if they go back to their roots, if we make them go back to their roots, that's perfect for Akhand Bharat, and that's difficult to achieve. Maybe even take for then 300 to 500 years. Shreyash, I would disagree with you in a small way, which is that you don't always have to pursue actively to inspire someone. Okay, a lot of inspiration happens just because that power is great, significant, and has a loud speaker, loud megaphone, and creates so much content. We were converted by Muslims. Our episteme was converted by Christian missionaries. But हमारा जो अमेरिकनिज्म है वो तो किसी ने डायरेक्टली आके हमको नहीं सिखाया ना. वो हमने ऐसे ही इंस्पायर्ड हो गए उनसे कि अच्छा वो बड़ा देश है, वो जो कर रहे हैं सभी ठीक होगा, तो उनसे ही सब कुछ सीखते हैं. वो फैक्टर भी बहुत टू अ लार्ज एक्सटेंट काम करता है. तो इवन सिंगापुर, साउथ ईस्ट एशिया, हाउ डिड दीज प्लेसेस बिकम हिंदू? They were getting inspired from this land anyway, okay, because of their trade, and then seeing that, wow, this place is so developed, then let's just check out what gods they're worshipping. And then you have to remember that it's already happening in a way with RRR, etc., Bahubali. Our sphere of influence is already increasing. Now Vivek Ramaswamy, if Trump does get indicted and does not is not able to run finally, Vivek will become the president. Then the sphere of influence of Hinduism, or what makes this guy called Vivek Ramaswamy great, all that is going to come to the forefront as well. And then Modi becoming basically the leader of the entire global south. All this is increasing our sphere of influence, even without us actively pursuing it. See, so many people in Pakistan are randomly coming up with these ideas that yes, we should. Some are saying we should not have had picked up a fight with India. Some are saying Modi should have become the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Some are saying that yes, our ancestors were converted out of fear, but we were all Hindus. These voices are gradually creeping up, seeping into their ethos, okay? And this is happening without us pressurizing them into doing anything. We are just saying what's the truth. We are saying that अरे भाई ये है हिस्ट्री, तुमने मारपीट किया, कन्वर्ट किया, जला दिया, फिर अलग देश लेके भाग गए, अब भुगतो. तो ये खुद ब खुद भी होता है बहुत सा. Okay, linguist is saying whenever I hear Niti Granths, it reminds Chanakya Niti and Radha Rani is mentioned. Yes. Okay. The theorists who propounded the cult of Vijigisu would have been in good company with the philosophers of ancient Greece. In Aristotle's postulate of quote-unquote natural slaves, natural masters, natural wars, and so forth, the writers of the Niti Shastras could easily find a place for natural aspirations, natural allies, and natural enemies of their doctrine of Mandala. The Politica assumes that the barbarians or non-Greeks, which is their idea of way of saying Anaryas, the barbarians or non-Greeks were intended by nature to be slaves and ruled by the Greeks. Okay. And since slaves are property like other things, warfare with the object of making slaves and thus acquiring wealth is a legitimate and naturally just occupation. Okay, I guess Black Lives Matter has not read this history. This Aristotelian justification of warfare can be easily recognized as forming the theoretical basis and psychological background of all wars from the conquest of Alexander and the Roman Caesars down to the 30 Years' War. 30 Years' War is, I guess, the one which culminated into the Westphalian Treaty, which gave birth to nation states, right? Furthermore, the methods and tactics of Christian Vijigisus, who are responsible for the expansion of Europe in Asia, Africa, and America, can all be traced to the dicta of the father of political science, though as a rule, moralists are apt to associate them with the teachings of Machiavelli's book called Prince, written in 1513. The opinions adumbrated in the Niti Shastras are in any case neither exclusively Oriental nor exclusively medieval or primitive. nor need they be dubbed as exclusively Machiavellian. For has not the prince furnished the fundamental logic of statesmen from the Athenian Pericles and Macedonian Philip down to the Metternichs, Bismarcks, and Cavers of our own times in the 40s? As Figgis, justifying the methodology of Machiavelli, says in his volume on political theory, which is called From Gerson to Grotius, he says, also it must be recognized that in a state of things like international politics, where there is no recognized superior, and even international law is but the voice of public opinion, the condition of affairs is very much more nearly akin to the state of nature, as imagined by Hobbes, than it is in the relation of individuals. It is on such considerations that, like Machiavellism, the doctrine of Vijigisu maintains its legitimate place in a theory of international relations. It provides an unvarnished statement of the only hypothesis which can satisfactorily explain the innate militarism that the human world inherits from quote-unquote beasts and birds. Let us now examine the other aspect of the doctrine of Mandala, that of the struggle for existence and quote-unquote place in the sun among the states. To a Vijigisu, as Bhishma declares, quote, right is that which a strong man understands to be right. Yeah, whoever has the biggest stick, unfortunately. And the international mores of the Mahabharata is summed up in the dictum that victory is the root of right. जो जीता है उसका ही वो जो बोलेगा वही right है. Just as its creed of life for the individual appraises, quote, death as better than lack of fame. Wow. Death is better than lack of fame. How then is this quest of fame, victory, or world domination to be regulated by each state in competition with the others? Are there any rules or methods by which the competing states may guide themselves in this conflict of aspirations? These constitute, in substance, a natural corollary to the doctrine of Vijigisu. The quote-unquote proper study of the Vijigisu, Kaiser Wilhelm, in passe, is, according to the Manu Samhita, his own and his enemies' spheres. Okay, the proper study of the Vijigisu is his Kaiser Wilhelm, his own and his enemies' spheres. Okay, Kaiser. Do you all know this? That the word, this title called Kaiser is basically a wordplay of the concept of Caesar. Caesar became such an aspirational concept and an aspirational name, like our idea of Chakravartin. तो उनका ये था Caesar. So that's why Caesar became Kaiser. Even Tsars in Russia, that's also a wordplay of Caesar only. Chakravartin Samrat. And how are those don't mean the same things, but in the way that it's an aspirational name to have in that way. His own and his enemies' spheres. And how are these spheres of influence, located in his imagination? Shukra gives a brief summary of the Siegfried's investigations as to the quote-unquote balance of forces or conjuncture of circumstances with a view to the next war. We are told that the enemies diminish in importance according as they are remote from the center of the sphere. Okay, yeah. This is very Arthashastra-like way of saying. Enemies diminish in importance according as they are remote from the center of sphere. जो center of sphere से जितना दूर है वो उतना ही less important है. First to be dreaded by the Vijigisu are those who are situated around or very near his own state. Then those who live farther away, and so on. With the remoteness of location, enmity, hatred, or rivalry. With the remoteness of location, enmity, hatred, or rivalry naturally declines. Whether a state is to be treated as inimical, indifferent, or friendly depends per se on its propinquity or distance. The geographical distribution of states influences their psychology in regard to their neighbors as a matter of course in such an order that the positive antipathy of the nearest dwindles into tolerable apathy of the next and gives way to active sympathy and even friendliness of the farthest distant. Now one might argue that today this statement does not matter because geographical boundaries don't matter, because they can send a missile from even USA, they can launch nuclear missiles from anywhere, they have social media and Facebook ads to influence people. But I would argue this still makes sense in one way, because after all, the very first and foremost reason why someone would have an enmity with a country is to get their land, get a bit of their land, or if possible harm them in some physical way as well. So it's not like geography is absolutely irrelevant today. Okay, let me check some comments. Okay, is the comment section frozen or no comments have come anymore? Yeah, comment section is frozen. I can't see any more comments. Acha, अजीब बात है. Let me just refresh this. अच्छा, only one comment is being visible here. श्रेयस का, हाँ आप जो कहे हैं totally agree. मैं भी यही बताना चाहता था, लेकिन my intention same था. comment में word limit खत्म हुआ, बता नहीं पाया. Okay, I can't see any comments. Let me just check from the desktop as well. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so no comments only. Okay, cool. So this, however, is not the only possible grouping of powers. In a Vijigisu's estimation, the Shukra Niti gives another order in which the states may be distributed. According to this computation, first are situated the enemies, then come the friends, the next the neutrals, and the most remote on all sides are the enemies again. This is interesting. The remotest are also enemies. These are the elementary principles of international dealings, of which elaborate accounts are given in the writings of Kautilya and Kamandaka. The theory holds that there is a hypothetical tug of war always being fought between the Vijigisu and his Ari, the enemy, or Ari. These two are the combatants or belligerents. Along with these are to be counted another two states in order to furnish a logical completeness to the hypothesis. The quadrivium consists of the following members. First is the Vijigisu, with the aspirant, for example an Alexander, mewing his might bent on conquering and to conquer. The Ari, the enemy, the one that is situated anywhere immediately on the circumference of the aspirant's territory. Then is the Madhyama, the mediatory, the one located close to the aspirant and his enemy, capable of helping both the belligerents, whether united or disunited, or of resisting either of them individually. The Udasina, the indifferent or the neutral, the one situated beyond 1, 2, 3, very powerful and capable of helping the aspirant, the enemy and the mediatory, together or individually, or resisting any of them individually. These four states then constitute the smallest unit of international grouping. From the standpoint of Vijigisu, all other states are either his own allies or the allies of his enemy. Such states are held to be 8 in number according to the hypothesis. How now is the aspirant to pick up his own allies from the crowd? He need only study the geographical position of these states with reference to the belligerents, that is, to himself and to his enemy. The Madhyama, the mediatory, and the Udasina, the neutral, may be neglected by the Siegfried, the main aspirant, for the time being, in his calculation of the possible array of forces directly allied or inimical to his career of conquest. The two belligerents with the 8 others, divided in equal proportion as their allies in potentia, are then located in the following order of Entente Cordiale by Kamandaka and Kautilya. That aspirant occupies, of course, the hypothetical center. Next to his front is the quote-unquote enemy. Now we have to calculate frontwards and rearwards. Frontwards, next to the enemy, is situated 1. The aspirant's ally. Next to that is the enemy's ally. Next is the ally of the aspirant's ally. Okay, important here. Aspirant का जो ally है, उसका ally. Okay, so let's talk with examples then. Let's say we are the aspirant here. Next to that is the enemy's ally. No, first is कहाँ गया? Yeah, let's say if India is the aspirant and enemy is China. Next we have to calculate aspirant's ally. तो हमारा एलाई यहाँ पे कौन है? काइंड ऑफ बांग्लादेश एंड मेनली USA. Then enemies ally, Pakistan. Then ally of the aspirants ally. Ally of the aspirants ally, kind of Europe, UK, those things. And then ally of the enemies ally. Okay, then in this case probably Pakistan तो हो गया. Ally of enemy. Ally of enemy. ये कौन होगा हमारे कॉन्टेक्स्ट में? Oman probably, or I mean Qatar. Yeah, Qatar is the ally of the enemy's ally. Rewards from the aspirant. Okay, rearwards from the aspirant. First is situated the rearward enemy. Next is the rearward ally. Then comes the ally of the rearward enemy. The last is the ally of the rearward ally. There is nothing queer, archaic, or unworkable in this conception of international relations. A simple illustration, okay, nice. What we were imagining, visualizing, now we are going to get that. A simple illustration would show how humanly the political theorists of India approached the foreign policy of nations. Thus, for instance, according to the Cotilian doctrine of Mandala, the natural enemies of France. Okay, before this, let's just check what are the comments coming in. Looks like jail for Trump is possible. Yes. Okay. Let me just make it into live chat. दादा इतने रात तक जागते हो, कितने बजे उठते हो? मैं सोने जाता ही हूँ सुबह 10 बजे. How do you think would Chanakya evaluate India's seeming neutralness with many countries? I think we only have 2 hard enemies and the rest of the world we don't border, so it is acceptable. North Korea is an ally of the enemy. Oh, I was not aware of that, or I forgot. थोड़ा जल्दी आज के डिस्कशन के बारे में बताओ. लेट आया मैं. पेपर कब के है? This is from 1949. Okay. How do you think would Chanakya evaluate this seeming neutralness? Yeah, he would be absolutely fine with it. But his neutralness would not mean just let Pakistan have its own fun, or Bangladesh even have its own fun. He would have deep spy networks, military bases if possible. He would have a significant overt sphere of influence even in the so-called ally nations. That is the thing. That is what should not be forgotten when we are discussing Chanakya. Okay. Now let's get back to the paper. So, with examples now, okay? For instance, according to the Cotilian doctrine of Mandala, the natural enemies of France engaged in studying the modus operandi for the next war would be Spain, England, and Germany, and her natural allies Portugal, Scotland, Ireland, and Russia. A French Vigigisu, for example, a Napoleon embarking on a war with Germany, should begin by taking steps to keep his rear safe. हमारा natural allies तो USA बोलते हैं. With this object, he should have Spain attacked by Portugal and manage to play off the anti-English forces in Ireland and Scotland in such a manner that England may be preoccupied at home and unable to attack France in support of Germany. What is this? A guide to World War III. ये क्या है? A beginner's guide to World War III. As Germany, on the other hand, is likely to have China as her natural ally, supposing there is no other state between Russia and the Far East, the French Vigigisu should set Russia against China and so on. It is obvious that the diplomatic feats conceived by the Hindu political philosophers could be verified almost to the letter by numerous instances in European and Asian history, especially in ancient and medieval times when Eurasia was divided into numberless nationalities. Be this as it may, we have to observe that the group of 10 states, or a decennium, constitutes one complete mandala. The Vigigisu is the center of gravity of this sphere. Now each state can have the same legitimate aspiration, that is, each can be fired by the same ambition to form and figure out a sphere of its own. The inevitable result is a conflict of interests, a pandemonium of Siegfrieds united in discord. The problem of statesmen in each state is to find out the methods of neutralizing the policies of others by exploiting the enemies of its rivals in its own interest. The doctrine of Mandala thus makes of Niti Shastra, or political science, essentially a science of enmity, hatred, espionage, and intrigue, and an art of 1,001 methods of preparedness for the quote-unquote next war. We need not go into the details of the Mashtpolitik conceived in Kautilya's Arthashastra or in the sections on warfare in the Shukraniti, but it is already clear that the doctrine of Mandala has launched us at last into Matsya Nyaya, the logic of the fish, the Hobbesian law of beasts, anarchy, survival of the fittest. The doctrine assumes that and is prepared for a world of eternally warring states. While quote-unquote internal sovereignty dawns as the logic of the fish sets, okay? When Matsya Nyaya fades, internal sovereignty dawns. Sets, yeah. External sovereignty postulates the existence of the same logic as a fact in international relations. What a great thing to say. This is what is mixed up more often than not by leftists all the time. They think that they will say that Hinduism is a religion of peace, dharma hingsan tathaivacha, or the war is not recommended, war is banned, etc. Or Matsya Nyaya nahi karna chahiye. All that is in relation to, it all differs in context. Rajdharma is different from Swadharma, and Rajdharma is also different from international relations, okay? Inside का sovereignty तुम्हारे as an individual का sovereignty और तुम्हारा sovereignty in context with other countries, वो सब different है, और वो सब में अलग अलग policies चाहिए, अलग अलग ethos and philosophies भी चाहिए. So while internal sovereignty dawns as the logic of the fish sets, external sovereignty postulates the existence of the same logic as a fact in international relations. So in one instance, danda or punishment, that is sanction of the state, is exercised to crush anarchy, but it is apparently in order to maintain a worldwide anarchy that danda or faus erect is employed by one state against another. The theory of the state is thus reared on two diametrically opposite conceptions. Okay, see, this is why the Palki Sharma line of arguments or even the commie arguments against USA is at the end of the day pointless, because they never said that we are trying to do this or we will follow these ideas that we are talking about, rule of law, law-based world order, and then we will do Iraq war. This is what happens. तुमको समझ में नहीं आया तो हम क्या करें? लॉ, रूल ऑफ लॉ सब अपने देश के अंदर करना है फॉर द बेनिफिट्स ऑफ आवर ओन सिटीजन्स. वो बाहर नहीं फॉलो करेंगे. ओके. So the theory of the state is thus reared on two diametrically opposite conceptions. The doctrine of danda, which puts an end to Matsya Nyaya among the praja or members of a single state. The doctrine of Mandala, which maintains an international Matsya Nyaya, or the civil war of races in the human family. Yeah, it's not fun, nice, but it is what it is. From one anarchy then, the state emerges only to plunge headlong into another. This is the dilemma that pervades the political philosophy of the Hindus. Now, the doctrine of Sarvabhauma, world sovereign. Okay, let me just have a bit of coffee. What a fantastically written paper. It's so coherent with pretty easy language, and it's so easy, so beautifully crafted. एक सुंदर ऑर्डर है लिखने के स्टाइल में. श्रेयंस, यू कैन चेक द कम्युनिटी पोस्ट. ओके, पेपर कब के है? ओके, थोड़ा जल्दी एक ओके, ठीक है. नाउ the doctrine of Sarvabhauma. The Hindu theory of sovereignty did not stop, however, at the doctrine of a universal Matsya Nyaya, that is, of a world in which each state is at war with all. It generated also the concept of universal peace through the establishment of a Welterschaft, as in Dante's De Monarchia. The doctrine of Mandala as a centrifugal force was counteracted by the centripetal tendencies of the doctrine of Sarvabhauma, the ruler of the whole earth. To this theory of the world state we shall now address ourselves. In Europe, the idea or ideal of a universal empire took most definite shape towards the beginning of the 14th century, quote unquote, exactly when the actual development of the modern nationalities was rendering it practically impossible. This crisis and this transition in Western political thought are best represented by Bartolus, who was alive in 1314 to 1357, the quote-unquote prince of jurists, because he began by seeing a single universal empire, but he ended by recognizing a miniature empire in every de facto independent power. Wow. The same conception of a world sovereignty or a federation de l'empire is, however, as old in India as the political philosophers of the earliest Vedic period. I see. We read in the Aitareya Brahmana that monarchy at its highest should have an empire extending right up to the natural boundaries. It should be territorially all-embracing, up to very ends uninterrupted, and should constitute and establish one state and administration up to the seas. The ancient theorists were evidently thinking of the Indian continent as identical with the entire world. Okay, guys, this is an insanely important argument to be used for anyone who says India was created in 1947, or the British created 1947, or Kashmir has never been an integral part of India, and that is a historical fact. See, this is the argument. आइतरेय ब्राह्मणा इज रिकमेंडिंग दैट यही करना है वो इंडिया जो आज हम जानते हैं जो कि ब्रिटिश ने बनवाया है, दैट वाज रिकमेंडेड इन आइतरेय ब्राह्मणा ऑलरेडी. इंटरेस्टिंग. I wish I had a physical copy of this thing. I would have loved to underline these things. The doctrine is similar to what is called realism. Yeah, this is fantastic. The ancient theorists were evidently thinking of the Indian continent as identical with the entire world. Yeah, the achievement of a pan-Indian nationality was in their eyes the equivalent of a world federation, just as in medieval European theory, the unification of Western Christendom was tantamount to the constitution of one state for all mankind. This theory of a world nationalism, or what is the same thing, united Indianism, exercised a powerful influence on the political speculations of the Hindus. It gave rise to formulae and slogans that fired the imaginations of the Alexanders, Charlemagnes and Fredericks of India through the ages. The Aitareya Brahmana records some of the... I have to read Aitareya Brahmana as soon as possible. I thought Aitareya Brahmana is a book of philosophy के भगवान क्या है, कैसे conceptualize करना चाहिए. What is going on in Aitareya Brahmana that they are recommending how to create a strong state? The Aitareya Brahmana records some of the ambitions and ideals of the young India of the 6th century BC. Wow. And beyond. Quote, I want to attain to lordship over all rulers, proclaims one aspirant. I want to achieve the conquest of both space and time. I want to be Sarvabhauma and be the Ekarat, sole monarch of the earth up to the skies. Fuck. Hindu political thought produced several other categories to express the same idea of the world state or universal sovereignty. We have first the doctrine of Chakravarti. Yeah, it indicates that the chakra or wheel of the state the wheel of the state chariot rolls everywhere without obstruction. The wheel is the symbol of sovereignty, which is why even the Romanis, their own Romani flag has a chakra. Or if chakra be taken as denoting a country from sea to sea, if it's a chakra denoting a country from sea to sea, the Chakravarti would be the ruler of a state from sea to sea, that is extending to the farthest limits. It is this conception of a political dominion, of a secular overlordship, that is employed metaphorically with a spiritual significance in the conception of the Lord Buddha as Chakravarti. As king am I, Sela, says Buddha using the language of his contemporary imperialists. A king am I, Sela, the king supreme of righteousness. The royal chariot wheel in righteousness do I set rolling on, that wheel that no one can turn back again. This is Lord Buddha saying. Secondly, we have the doctrine of Sarvabhauma expressed in the more popular and conventional conception of Samrat. The Mahabharata, for instance, uses this category in order to convey the idea of a world dominion. There are Rajas in every home or state doing what they like. We read in the book on Sabha, but they have not attained to the rank of Samrat, for that title is hard to win. And this rank is at last won by Yudhishthira in the epic. Yudhishthira would thus be the Veltro of the divine comedy. What an insane paper is this? Fuck. I have a benign question. Yes, all questions welcome. Hindus need a symbol, a king. Only Nepal king can be the symbol if there is no monarchy. We have a nice government. Let's see. Let's see what's the benign question. Why is that Tamil Nadu, an educated, developed state, has a communist leader who admires Stalin and the great person he was? Is it a matter of historical and economic ignorance, or they are insane? No, I would say it's the exact result of the education system, which was planned by the education system. Just like we discussed day before yesterday, that before Hitler fell, communism, Nazism, all these were just another political idea to choose from different political ideas. It was a basket of political ideas: nationalism, Nazism, communism, socialism. Only Aurobindo's line of people, revolutionary sort of a Hindu nationalism, where he's saying, for us Sanatan Dharma is nationalism. Okay. Now, after Hitler lost, people, only the communists lived, and then people who were interested in communist ideology or basically texts, their religious scriptures. You have to look at communism and Marxism as a religion. Then it's much more easier to understand and it makes more sense. And then these people join the academia and say that it was kind of bad, or it was not bad at all. And anyone who has not done a master's or PhD in political science or political history, except these people, no one remotely knows communism is bad at all. Okay, I first came to know that communism is bad. I first came to know that Stalin was a dictator in 2018 after starting listening to American conservatives, Jordan Peterson, etc. Before that, I always thought that Nazis killed 6 million Jews. Communists never killed anyone. Only CPIM screws it up from time to time. But Stalin was a great man, because I've seen growing up all these Stalin, Mao, etc. Not Mao, but Stalin, Lenin in all, Che Guevara in all CPIM party offices. तो ये खराब है, ये कॉमन नॉलेज नहीं है. ये लोग जेनोसाइडल है, ये लोग मेनियाक्स थे. दैट्स नॉट कॉमन नॉलेज इन द एकेडेमिया. तो जिसने पढ़ाई नहीं किया है उसका तो छोड़ ही दो, मगर जिसने पढ़ाई किया है, अनलेस उसने मास्टर्स PhD किया है इन पॉलिटिकल हिस्ट्री, दिस नॉलेज इज ऑफ लिमिट्स फॉर देम. That knowledge is set apart only for the special privileged, very not privileged but special few. बाकी सबके लिए ये है कि कम्युनिज्म तो गरीब लोगों का भला करने का बात करता है और नाजिज्म तो रेसिज्म का बात करता है. तो ये दो आइडियाज है, तुम कौन सा चूज करोगे बच्चे, बोलो. And then when you get into the nitty-gritty, then you come to know, oh fuck, Stalin killed these people. That is why the internet is such a benefit today, and that's why more people are turning conservative today. Okay. So Tamil Nadu, an educated, developed state, yes, and West Bengal is also underdeveloped, but it's a pretty educated state. In educational qualifications, Tamil Nadu and West Bengal's educated elite, maybe the number is more in Tamil Nadu, but it's the same things they are studying, and the qualifications are same. After all, we have so many Nobel Prize winners and so many PhDs and so many significant professors in the world, in different first world countries, who come from Bengal, and all of them have studied this bullshit, because not all of them have studied political history specifically. तो बाकी जो कुछ भी मे बी MA PhD होगा, MPhil होगा, वो पढ़ने वालों में सब में ही यही ज्ञान फैलाया जाएगा कि communism was either great or not as bad as Nazism. In the age of internet, are the majority of Tamilians really totally ignorant to destructive, inhuman consequences of communism and socialism and the millions of deaths they caused? It's a transition phase, क्योंकि now the internet era has only recently come, no? So first of all, people will have to get over their familial, cultural pride thing, which only talks of communism in good light. So, and again, remember that communism, Marxism has to be looked upon as a religion. So what you are basically asking them to do is not follow their Kula Dharma. Okay, their Kula Dharma is Marxism and communism, because his father was a communist, his grandfather was a communist, in that way. And then their Kul Devta is Karl Marx. Now they have to go beyond that and read up new stuff, and maybe click on a Abhijit Chavda video once in a while, or maybe read up Sanjeev Sanyal, and not with hatred, not with the presumption that, okay, I know he's going to say all wrong things, I know he's going to say that Aryan invasion theory doesn't happen, and now let's see where he says speaks out against Dravidianism or against Aryan invasion theory. I'm just going to make up a list of that and make a video out of that. with that kind of dishonesty, it's not going to happen. But some are definitely not going to do that. Okay, not all people can be dumb and assholes forever. Some will wake up. I'm saying it had happened up until this point in Bengal and Tamil Nadu because of the education system. Wherever people are lesser educated, wherever people are, wherever in any Indian state there's not an obsession with masters and PhD and MPhils, there you will see that these ideas did not percolate. These ideas percolated only in the Madras presidency, Kerala, where education again is prioritized because they had so much money to just study, do classical music, etc. In Bengal presidency, Bombay presidency, तो वहाँ पे ही ये सब ideas percolate हुए हैं. मगर अभी all the people who came to embrace this religion of Marxism because of the education system, now they are in a transition phase. Now it's not fair to blame them for being Marxists up until now, but it's going to be fair to blame them for being Marxists in the next 10 years basically. But the transition is now beginning, and since transition is happening in Bengal to such an extent, transition is happening even in Pakistan. So I since I don't follow any Tamil Nadu politics and I don't know any Tamil people personally except two friends but who are Brahmins. I guess Tamil Brahmins have an entirely different opinion on this. Even Annamalai is a Brahmin. So I don't think it's fair to judge Tamil Nadu politics, the transition in Tamil Nadu politics, just from the Brahmins of that state. But others, I think it's obvious that it's only a matter of time that transition will start even in Tamil Nadu as well. In Aitariya Brahmana, basically there are stories and ritual recommendations. He's talking about taking inferences of how statecraft was ideally during those days from these stories, I see. Philosophy is somewhat secondary, I see. I'm 20 and I never was a Librando and a communist or a socialist academically. I was always average, not privileged. And was, okay, half comment aaya. Yeah, and though I'm from Punjab. Yeah, very interesting that you are not Librando. Is it because Punjabi pride movement, the Punjabi pride culture has no ounce or iota of communism in their blood? Is it because, are you Sikh Punjabi yourself? Because I've never heard of anything, any communist bullshit in Punjab. And but as for policy wise, you don't have to be a CPIM voter. You don't have to worship Karl Marx. But the problem in India is that in ethos, in our veins, we are already Marxist and socialists. So in that case, I can easily say that Punjab is Marxist because they did not let the farm laws happen. The idea, the counter to farm laws was Marxist in principle. उनको पता नहीं है Marxist है वो क्योंकि वो CPIM को कभी वोट नहीं देते हैं या फिर Marxism के बारे में पढ़े नहीं है. मगर the idea has already infiltrated our brains and psyche in all parts of the country. So Punjab, at the end of the day, in policy wise, they ask for so much free shit, useless free shit. So that's Marxism only. Okay, you are Hindu. Yeah, maybe you are not actively a Marxist, but Punjab is socialist and Marxist at the end of the day. But maybe you are not. Maybe you are against freebies forever. Unless you are against freebies actively, again, unless you are pro-market, I would argue that you are also Librando. But it does not all have to be in the context of economics and culture simultaneously. You can be economically right-wing and left-wing, and you can be separately culturally right-wing and left-wing. So if you are not Librando, was that in terms of economics or culture or both? But I would argue that because you are 20 now and the internet is already, let's say, very popular in India for about 2-3 years, especially since Corona. So you basically were 17 or 18 years old when this internet boom happened in India and everyone started researching different topics. So you were not even an adult almost, or just an adult, when India had this gigantic Hindu reawakening. So you were lucky in that way. But if you were born even 10 years earlier or 5 years earlier, so I'm saying if by now, right now you're 20, but right now if you had completed your master's or PhD, you would be a fucking Marxist already. And if you had done a master's or PhD in liberal arts, no one would save you. You would be a hardcore Marxist. And it would be a miracle if you became a proud Hindu. I grew up in Bengaluru and I thought communism died when Soviet Union fell, lol. I thought it was totally history and disappeared until I met Mallus actually believing in communism. I'm a capitalist, Thomas Sowell and Milton Friedman. Exactly. That is because only in the last 3 or 4 years, Thomas Sowell clips have been going viral. 2019, 2020 se pehle, I hope you understand Hindi, right? before 2019 and 2020, no one in the world had heard of Thomas Whale. Thomas Whale was not even popular in USA itself. He had been ostracized, ignored, invisibilized to such an extent. You will see so many black conservative YouTube channels have come up after 2019 and 2020, when in and specifically 2020, because during Corona हमारा जब Hindu reawakening हो रहा था, उन लोगों का black conservative reawakening हो रहा था, because all of them sat at home and came to know of this guy, Thomas Sowell. What? He's a black guy. What? He's conservative. I as a black man thought we just have to hate white people and be woke. Oh my god, this guy's giving solutions that seem common sense. Oh my god, this guy's saying truths that we kind of know but we hate to admit. Holy fuck, let's read Thomas Sowell, or let's just binge on every fucking Thomas Sowell clip and interview there is. That's how this black conservative movement has mushroomed. That's how the Blexit movement happened, with Candace Owens leading a movement to take all black people out of the Democratic Party. And that's the movement you are also a part of, incidentally. Ash Ketchum is saying people like Marx is a symptom, understand cause and effect, people react in certain way for certain incentives. If you know Karl Marx's life, you understand what I'm saying, yes. And also, I would not ever hate Karl Marx personally, because it's an idea. It's a way of thinking about life and society, the complaining, etc. And it's sort of a disease. It's a religion, and it's a pretty universal one at that. But if it was not Karl Marx, someone else would do it. So it's not fair to blame specifically Karl Marx for all that's happening going badly in India or in the world. But if it was not Karl Marx, maybe Amartya Sen would do these things. If it was not Amartya Sen, maybe Abhijit Banerjee would do these things. So there would be someone akin to Marx anyway. Okay, now let's continue with the paper. We'll get back to the comments a little later. So this was a great part. This rank is at last won by Yudhishthira in the epic. Yudhishthira would thus be the Veltro of the Divine Comedy. Another category in which the doctrine of Sarvabhauma is manifest is that of Chaturanta, of which Kautilya availed himself in order to establish his ideal of imperial nationalism. The Chaturanta state is that whose authority extends up to the remotest antas of limits of the Chatur quarters. Chatur. How is it pronounced? Chatur or Chatur? I think Chatur only. Chatur quarters. So Chaturanta, four corners. The rulers of such a state, Ananyam Prithivim Bhumkte, that is, enjoys the whole earth with none to challenge his might. In the Arthashastra, he is known also as Chakravarti. For territory of such a Chaturanta is called Chakravarti Kshetra, dominion of a Chakravarti. The Sarvabhauma, the Chakravarti, the Samrat or Chaturanta of Hindu political theory is identical with the Dominus Omnium or Lord of Universitas Quaedam in Bartolus' terminology, the Hongti of the Chinese. Okay, so he's arguing that it's a pretty common way to think of the world. The Huangti of the Chinese. He is, quote unquote, the monarch of all I survey. He rules a state whose limits extend from sea to sea, Asamudra Kshitisa, and his chariots have free passage up to the skies, Anakaratha Vartma, as Kalidas, the Virgil of India, puts it in his Raghuvamsa, the house of Raghu. Oh yeah, that's what we read. The pretensions of the doctrine of Sarvabhauma thus bear close analogy with the universal authority claimed by Hildebrand in 1075 AD for the papacy, or with that rival conception of his opponents, the Ghibellin imperialism of the Hohenstaufens. Herein is to be perceived the Hindu counterpart of the doctrine, albeit from the monarchical angle, of a single state for entire humanity, the futurist version of which has embodied itself from time to time in the visions of permanent peace, or in the pious wishes for a parliament of man, or for the now popular League of Nations. The doctrine of Sarvabhauma does not stand alone in Hindu political philosophy. It is backed up by several other concepts of which may be regarded as its logical feeders. First is the concept of the gradation of rulers in the scale of sovereignty. The Rig Veda, the Shatpat Brahman, and other ancient documents recognize a hierarchy or graded rank of states from the lowest unit up. According to the Aitareya Brahmana, the smallest nationality is a Rajya. From this rung, the ladder gradually takes us through higher or larger powers like the Samrajya, Swarajya, Vairajya and Maharajya, up to the greatest power known as Adhipatya. Another scale of small nationalities, medium states and great powers is furnished in the following schedule of the Shukraniti. Okay, let's see. Samanta, annual income in silver, Kadu, what's the word? I can't see it from here. This does not zoom further. That's one problem with JSTOR. What's that word written? Kadeya. If anyone has opened this link, let me know, okay? So Samanta, 1 to 300,000. Mandalika, Raja, Maharaja, Swarat, Samrat, Virat, Sarvabhauma, 500 million and up. I see. The Sarvabhauma is further described as being that ruler, quote unquote, to whom the earth with its 7 islands is ever bound. This concept of a scale of nationalities or a rank of states as first class powers or great powers and small nations or the like according to income and title is essentially linked up in Hindu theory with the concept of political yagyas, sacrifices and rituals which are fully described in the Brahmanas. The Gopatha Brahmana, is this Gopatha or Gopatha? The Gopath Brahman says that Prajapati became Raja by Rajasuya sacrifice, Samrat by Vajapaya sacrifice, Swarat by Ashwamedha sacrifice, Virat by Purushamedha sacrifice and so forth. We need not go into the details of these rituals. We have only to note that not every ruler is entitled to perform any and every sacrifice. Each sacrifice has its own value or mark of sovereignty attached to it. The dignity, might and rank of states being dependent on the character of the sacrifices performed. According to the Shatpath Brahmana again, the office of the king is the lower and that of the emperor the higher. Okay, this is the difference between an emperor and a king. Okay, the office of the king is the lower and that of the emperor is the higher. And therefore, one becomes king by offering Rajasuya and by the Vajapaya one becomes emperor. But the Rajasuya is known to be the highest sacrifice in the Taittiriya Brahmana, for according to this work, it can be performed only by universal monarchs exercising sovereignty over a large number of princes as the lord of an imperial federation. I see. The Aitareya Brahmana also says that by virtue of the Rajasuya, Janamejaya, Sariyata and 10 other rulers subdued the earth and became paramount sovereigns. In the Apashtamba Shrauta Sutra, however, Ashwamedha, horse-killing sacrifice, possesses the greatest dignity, for it can be performed by a Sarvabhauma, the ruler of the whole earth. It is obvious that authorities differ as to the relative importance of the political sacrifices, okay? It is obvious that authorities differ as to the relative importance of the political sacrifices. हमारा तो कुछ में consensus नहीं होता है. But all are united in the concept that the rituals have a state value on their face and that it is the greatest power or the largest nationality alone that is entitled to the highest sacrifice, be it Rajasuya or the Ashwamedha or whatnot. The concept of yagya, like that of the scale of the states, is therefore an important element in the theory of Welherschaft, world monarchy or federated universe embodied in the doctrine of Sarvabhauma. Okay, let me check some comments now. Okay, Purushamedha, human sacrifice. Yeah, probably. It's not specified here. Let me just check the context once again. क्या करने के लिए पुरुषमेधा करना पड़ता है? Purushamedha. Okay. Virat by one becomes Virat by doing Purushamedha. Okay. Now, Rajarshi Nandi has said that Purushamedha, if at all Purushamedha means human sacrifice, then it was done only for some rival kings or prisoners of war or something like that, I guess. I don't know about Purushamedha, whether it's human sacrifice or not. Okay. Embodied in the doctrine of Sarvabhauma. Last but not least in importance, as a foundation for the doctrine of Sarvabhauma is the concept of Digvijaya, or conquest of the quarters. It implies that there is no longer a mere Vijigisu or aspirant awaiting his chance. mewing his might, or watching the conjecture for the next war. The Siegfried has conquered the quarters of the globe. He has realized his highest ambitions. Realized meaning, जो करना था कर लिया है. The wheel of his chariot has rolled to the very extremities of the world, and there is none to question his power and prestige. All rival states have been subdued by him. He has brought them to subjection almost in the manner that Napoleon wished when he said in 1804 that there will be no rest in Europe until it is under a single chief, an emperor who shall have kings for officers, who shall distribute kingdoms to his lieutenants, and shall make this one king of Italy, that one of Bavaria, this one ruler of Switzerland, that one governor of Holland, each having an office of honor in the imperial household. Digvijaya has conferred on the Vijigisu the chiefship of such a Napoleonic League of Nations, what basically USA is today. It is under these conditions of a quote-unquote conquest of the quarters that the hero of the Raghuvamsa is authorized to celebrate the Vishwajit, indicating world subjugation sacrifice, at the end of his Alexandrine exploits. Digvijaya brings about a situation in which there is absolutely no scope for the doctrine of Mandala or international Matsya Nyaya. The world is at peace under the undisputed sway of the Lord of the Universitas Quaedam, the Sarvabhauma. The unstable equilibrium of a Vijigisu's hypothetical mandala, the unstable equilibrium of Vijigisu's hypothetical mandala has given way to Pax Sarvabhaumika, established by the de facto monopoly of world control through Digvijaya. Yeah, there is an unstable equilibrium of Vijigisu's hypothetical mandala, because who knows when that mandala keeps evolving, and if people who you did not think were threats become your threats. So उससे अच्छा है कि पैक्स सर्वभौमिका दिग्विजय बन जाओ. That is what Trump used to say, that I really wanted to get out of Afghanistan, but when my generals say that we are taking the war to them there, एक और 9/11 नहीं होगा, हम जो करना है वहाँ पे निपटा के आएंगे. The war does not have to be won in Afghanistan. We just have to stay there and go on killing as many Al-Qaeda as possible forever and after. If forever and after Al-Qaeda keeps propping up, we'll forever and after keep killing them in Afghanistan. That was the idea. And which is why I think we need intelligence and military bases in Pakistan and Bangladesh. We need to really neutralize a lot of threats in those countries. A natural concomitant of the concept of Digvijaya is the idea that the Sarvabhauma has all the other rulers related to him, not as to the Vijigisu of a mandala, that is, not as to the ambitious storm center of an international sphere, but bound as to a Rajaraj or king of kings, to whom allegiance is due as overlord. With the rise of the Sarvabhauma, the mandala necessarily disappears. With the rise of the Sarvabhauma, the mandala necessarily disappears. Sphere of influence नाम का कुछ चीज़ नहीं है, क्योंकि वो सार्वभौमा बन चुका है, इतना बड़ा दिग्विजय बन गया है. The old order of the enemy, the neutral and other states has vanished. The new order of the world state has arisen. I think this is too utopian and hypothetical. An epoch of universal peace, an era of universal peace has replaced the age of warring nationalities, conflicting ententes and militant attitudes. This may be a dream or goal, but it's too tough to achieve and it might take too much costs. The doctrine of Sarvabhauma as the concept of federal nationalism, imperial federation, or the universe state is thus the keystone in the arc of the Hindu theory of sovereignty. The doctrine of unity and concord is the final distribution of Niti Shastras to the philosophy of the state. Now, I have just one question about this, and I wonder if anyone can satisfactorily answer this. So this paper basically argues that it is possible to talk of a global dominance or India being a global superpower to the extent that everyone bows down in front of India, which is a goal anyway, but even with military might as well. Is that when the author is saying, when the scholar is saying that these things are recommended and alluded to in all the shastras and even in Niti Shastra, were those shastras talking about the world, or just this Indian subcontinent? Because that's not something I'm clear on. I have many times understood that they were using words like world or earth, but what they possibly meant was just this Indian subcontinent. I don't think they knew of the rest of the world enough to talk about dominating this entire globe. Okay. Lokavya is saying, I was totally oblivious in academia, which is why I was totally open-minded when I went to YouTube or the internet, which is dominated by American politics and economy. Exactly. Yes, that is why. If you were highly educated, then you were gone. Though I was lucky as I somehow absorbed American politics and economics, not its culture, and therefore never looked down upon my Sanatan or country. Thus didn't have any issue in discovering our Bharat. Right, exactly. By the way, my family is socialist and they don't even know it, and no wonder they voted up. Don't worry, I have cursed them and how they are fellow Hindutva RSS Sanghis and voted BJP. Yes, exactly. They are socialists without knowing it. That's what happens with majority of the country. इधर देश के अंदर threat को खत्म नहीं होते कहाँ दिग्विजय. Yes, the process of Digvijay must itself be so much bloody. Why chase that utopia? Because Digvijay can happen with cultural influence as well. Okay, that we set so great examples. Just because it hasn't happened as of yet doesn't mean it can never happen. Okay, that हम vaccines देते फिर रहे, हम दोनों के बीच में बवाल खत्म कर रहे हैं. That does, and we keep creating scientists, professors, even goddamn presidents in other countries, film directors, music, dance, tourism, सब हम अच्छे करते जा रहे हैं, and that increases the sphere of influence to a large extent. At least metaphorical Digvijay, so I'm in favor of, and I think is possible. Probably they included Central Asia and Southeast Asia, but not whole world. Yeah, so it's not necessarily militaristic. That's what I'm not understanding from this paper. And he has not gotten into it. Maybe in his time and context he thought it's obviously militaristic, but he has not mentioned it. And I think it's not militaristic necessarily, and I think it doesn't have to be militaristic. I think it's possible without that. Because see, USA का dominance सब लोग मानते हैं, मगर militaristic चीज़ें कहाँ पे किया? वियतनाम, इराक, मिडिल ईस्ट यहाँ पे. मगर बाकियों ने सब ने USA का पैर चाटना क्यों शुरू किया? Sphere of cultural influence only, और थोड़ा बहुत economic prowess and influence, वो सब possible है इंडिया का. Okay, now this was a paper recommended by a person who is probably not online today. Now next we get into what Neener suggested. Okay, where's that PDF? This is about Mahasthangarh and Mauryan Empire again. Let's see how to cast this thing. Can this be casted from Google Meet? Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Let me just tell you who wrote this. This is by D.R. Bhandarkar. So, is D.R. Bhandarkar the person who, by whose name this institution called Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute was started? Okay. So, I got the name wrong in the community tab. Okay. There I said that it's written by someone else. Because I think the entire Epigraphia Indica was written by him, but this particular essay which Neener recommended was basically written by D.R. Bhandarkar. And is he the same person who by whose name is Bodi, the institution which creates all this critical edition of Mahabharata, Ramayana, etc., which are then translated by Vivek Debroy. Let's see who was it named after. Sri Ramakrishna Gopal Bhandarkar. Okay, so this is not the same person. I see. Okay. So this is someone else. Interesting. D.R. Bhandarkar. You all can read it from here, right? Okay. Let me just check the comments once more and then I'll get into the paper. This was on his father's name, R.G. Bhandarkar. I see. Okay. Namaskar. Okay, Abhay is exceptionally late today, but Namaskar. You just missed a great, insanely great paper. Hope you check it out from the beginning and once again, and I'll cut that part and upload it as a separate video as well. It was fantastic. Economic Digvijay has been done by USA and China. China, I don't think is an economic Digvijay because they have done it only economically. I also you specifically said economics, yes, but I don't think Digvijaya can be done with enmity with everyone and anyone, right? I think there has to be some respect and love, affection involved as well. People in India love USA, okay? So that's something China has not been able to achieve at all, which they should have. They have so much depth of wisdom, philosophy, और भोसड़ी के सबको मार के चाइना को respect करवाने में force कर रहा है. And USA does not have that depth of wealth of and depth of philosophy and wisdom, I guess from Aristotle, Plato, Enlightenment era. वो सब चला के ही जो आइडियोलॉजी उन्होंने खड़ा किया है, कल्चरल मार्क्सिज्म थोड़ा मिक्स्ड है उसमें, उन सब से यूएसए ने अपना कल्चरल डोमिनेशन बना लिया. चाइना चुतिया बना नहीं पाया. कितना गांडू देश है. Okay. Is Chandragupta Maurya arguably the greatest Bharatiya since he is the only leader who unified Bharat? Actually, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj also united most of Bharat. So I am personally a fan of Chandragupta Maurya mostly because he was advised by Chanakya. Thomas Sowell is more of an empiricist than a conservative. In the words of Walter D. Williams, Sowell is an empiricist. It just happens to be that the facts have fallen aligned with conservatives. True. And you could say that he is an economic conservative. He does not have to be culturally conservative, but economic conservative he is. If anyone is saying that we need to conserve the treasury, we don't need to spend it all away, that's also economic conservatism, and that is kind of conservative in a way. দাদা পুজোয় দেখা করা যায়. Let's see if there's so much traffic jams and stuff. It's tough to get out of my house. To clear misconception, yeah. One of your viewers commented on your short about the reasons why there may be hostility against Marwadis in Bengal. Was thinking about it. Yes, that was a huge comment. Shivaji started Hindu Swaraj, but his empire wasn't large. Later, Chhatrapatis and Peshwas expanded it. I see. Oh, okay. So that was not specifically Shivaji Maharaj's empire. Okay. So at any point, especially Peshwa Bajirao. Okay. So when we Google the image that Maratha Empire, what we see this gigantic, almost entire India except some parts of Bengal. So that empire, who was the king of this one empire, or was it ever one empire at one point of time? Was it that big, or was it different points in time, and it was all accumulated and it's drawn up as the whatever Maratha Empire was at different points of time? वो सब add करके ये empire बना दिया है क्या? Or was someone really the king of that entire land called Maratha Empire? That I don't know about. Okay. So today this article recommended by Neener is about Mauryan Brahmi inscription in Mahasthan. Mahasthan is the ancient Shaivite hotspot, basically that significant place, which is today called Mahasthangarh in Bangladesh. Okay. And this is the place which was also spoken of by Rajashri Nandi in the Vad podcast, as far as I remember, when he was saying that Bengal basically used to be a hub of Shaivism, and there used to be people from Shaivites from Kashmir, Tamil Nadu, South India, the different parts of South India, all of them coming here, and scholars of Shaivism from Bengal going and discussing things and even spreading their teachings in southern India, in Kashmir as well. So that's what we will learn today, because this is Mauryan Empire. So and Chanakya does say that Bengal region was an administrative unit under the Mauryan Empire. So you see that idea that Hinduism started in Bengal only after 800 AD, etc. That crap is absolutely baseless because of this particular topic. Okay. Still, Shivaji Maharaj is the greatest of the Marathas because he came up when there was no hope. Largest extent during Peshwa Bajirao is normally shown. Oh, okay. So I guess Peshwa Bajirao and Chandragupta Maurya. Largest extent was during Madhav Rao's rule, but it became a federation type of kingdom by then. I see. So the local kings had a lot more power, I guess. Okay, I'll check out this paper now. This interesting inscription in Mauryan Brahmi was discovered at Mahasthan on the 30th November 1931 by the Baru Fakir of the Mahasthangarh village in the Bogra district of Bengal. Mr. G.C. Chandro, who was then Superintendent Archaeological Survey Eastern Circle, acquired it for the department, and it was for some time lying in his office at Kolkata. Under the orders of the Director General of Archaeology, it has now been deposited in the Archaeological Section, Indian Museum, Calcutta. Arey bhai. I've been to Indian Museum, Calcutta when I was very young. I've been there 2 times. I think it's the biggest museum in the country or in the continent, I think. At least that was the statistic we used to answer in quiz contests. I don't know if it is the case now, but the main attraction back then for going to Indian Museum was all the non-cultural bullshit. The biggest skeleton of a whale, and a mummy was brought there for a while. We went to see that. I saw a mummy up close. But these things were never taught to us. Soon after the discovery of this plaque, a very brief account of its contents, I am told, was printed in the columns of a Bengali daily of Calcutta called Bongo Bani, though I have not seen it at all. The account, which has appeared in the Liberty, dated 22nd April 1932, I was able to see, but it does not touch any important detail of this epigraph. My transcript... Wait. Where did the PDF go? Wait. Or I can't find the PDF only. Yes. My transcript and account of it are based upon an impression sent to me by Dr. Hirananda Shastri, who has basically compiled this epigraph. Sent to me by Dr. Hirananda Shastri, government epigraphist for India, and a photograph forwarded later by Raj Bahadur Dayaram Sahani, Director General of Archaeology in India. Recently, when the plaque was deposited in the Indian Museum, I was able to inspect it personally and found what I knew long ago, that it was impossible to exaggerate the importance of carefully examining the original whenever possible, as impressions and photographs are often not enough to enable a scholar to prepare an accurate transcript. This is what Sandeep Sanyal has been foaming at the mouth, talking about repeatedly ever since he became viral on internet, ever since he wrote his books, ever since he has been getting called to लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल्स एंड स्टफ, सेमिनार्स एक्सेट्रा. ओके, ये चीज़ बोल बोल के संदीप सन्याल थक गया है कि हमारे हिस्टोरियंस प्राइमरी सोर्स नहीं पढ़ते हैं, प्राइमरी इंस्क्रिप्शंस कहीं ज़िंदगी में आंखों के सामने देखा भी नहीं है, कोई पिलर सामने से जाके देखा नहीं है, ठीक है, जोग्राफिकली कोई जगह विजिट नहीं करता है. ये सब कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट है व्हेन वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट हिस्ट्री. यू कांट जस्ट रीड अ जर्नल और एन अब्रिज्ड ट्रांसलेशन ऑफ द ट्रांसक्रिप्ट एंड देन राइट अ फकिंग एंटायर थ्योरी and do politics over that theory. The inscription is incised on a piece of hard limestone which measures something by something, which we can't see here. Though it is in a fragmentary condition, yet it is possible to determine more or less approximately what was its original extent. तो ये इस book का जो हाल है, that's similar to what he's describing of that Mauryan tablet. That no complete line was engraved after the last line of this fragment can reasonably be inferred from the space remaining blank at the end, which is not less than what we find between any two actual lines of this epigraph. Again, a careful examination of the stone shows that the original surface of its sides is still traceable here and there, and that many letters consequently cannot have been destroyed from the sides. Thus, while etam is the last word of dhanyam, last word of 1.2, dhanyam is the first word of 1.4. It is thus clear that the sides of the inscription have not been much damaged. One or two letters at the most have been obliterated from each line, whether at the beginning or at the end. Line 1 of our fragment cannot, however, be really the first line of the original inscription. I see. Okay. Line 1 of our fragment cannot, however, be really the first line of the original inscription. Yes, because ऊपर का तो टूट गया होगा. But even here, we may be pretty sure that more than one line could not have been effaced. Okay. तो एक से ज़्यादा line उड़ नहीं गया है. That's the best part. The fragment as it is contains 6 lines of writing in Brahmi character of the Mauryan period. The alphabet remarkably resembles that of the Ashokan records. The only difference that is perhaps worthy of note is that the vertical parts of the letters ta, pa, ha, ra and sa is a bit more prolonged than is generally seen in Ashokan inscriptions. Our record again has one peculiarity which it shares in common with the Kalsi. It's Kalsi, right? Kalsi recension of the 14 rock edicts of Ashoka. It is in regard to the letter sa, which occurs also in a form resembling sha. Okay, so हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं पता नहीं है. हमारे बंगाली में तो concept है, if it's just sa, it's we call it talobbo sha, and if it's definitely sha, sh, sha, then it's danta sha, danta sha. Okay, दांत लगा के जो बोलना पड़ता है. and talabba means tongue, I think, or gums. That these two forms do not mean two different letters in our inscription, namely sa and sha, is quite certain. The word samragyenam occurs twice, once in 1.1 and once in 1.3, and whereas the first letter in the first case is a clear sa, it has the form of sha in the second. There can, however, be no doubt as to, okay, this word is absolutely unreadable here. Xerox किया है, Xerox करके इसको destroy कर दिया है. God knows what's written, being the word intended. The sh-looking letter must therefore be regarded as a cursive fortu of sa, and has consequently to be read as a sa and not sh. Similarly, in regard to Sulakhite and Suatiya Yakasi, the first letter in each one of these words is evidently Su, but whereas the former character is distinctively Sa, the latter looks like Sh. This Sh-like form is noticeable as remarked above in the Kalsa copy of Ashokan Rock Edicts. Up till and including Rock Edict 9, the regular form of Sa is alone noticeable. In Rock Edict 10, the Sh-like form occurs side by side with the regular one, but the former is almost invariably prevalent in the subsequent edicts. Perhaps Hulch is not right in heading, in reading invariably as Sh, as it seems to be but a cursive form of the regular Sa. As regards the language of our inscription, it is the same as the one used in the pillar edicts of Asoka. It was the language of the Madhya Desha influenced by Magadha, or rather the court language of Magadha. Okay, Nina is saying that the important bit comes later. Okay. Yeah, here we have to notice. Okay, let's get to the important part later. Then we have, on the other hand, dental sa. Yeah, so this is dantasha in Bengali. Dantasha only as in the pillar edicts and not the palatal sa, which is talabbosha. Palatal, yeah, which is the third characteristic of Magadhism according to the Prakrit grammarians. Okay, lol. So Bengali Pride movements, all your language and grammar letter ka variation is also coming from Magadhan Empire. So if you are trying to conserve Bengali language, you are trying to conserve the Prakrit version of Magdi language, Magdi Prakrit. The locative singular ends in C and never in E. As regards to orthography, we have to note first that the doubling of consonants caused by assimilation is not graphically shown. We have also to note that the constant use of perpendicular stroke as a virama or stop, okay, Bengali में जिसको दाढ़ी बोलते हैं, perpendicular stroke as a virama, stop, to mark the words and the clauses of the record. Instances of such upright niyamas may be found in the Kalsi and Sahasram edicts of Ashoka, though they are sometimes inserted meaninglessly. To give one instance, Kalsi Rock Edict 13 has the following: Atharasha. Where's the rest of it? Oh, अच्छा, ये पेपर है. Atharasha Bhishita. Devanam Piyasha Piyadashine Lajine. In our inscription, however, it seems to have been properly employed to punctuate divisions or sentences. Purnima Viran or Khadi Pai. अब बेंगली द्रविडियनिज्म का क्या होगा? ओहो दादा अटेंड करते पारलाम ना, घुमिয়ে পড়ছি. Okay. Chhatrapati Shivaji is a god. Largest extent was during Madhav. Okay, like the Mauryan Empire was at its zenith during Ashoka, but he's not the greatest. Yeah. Okay, the transcript of our record is as follows. Okay, ये पढ़ के फायदा नहीं है. We have seen that the inscription is a no, let's just check this out. Nena samvam gyanam galadanasa dumadina maha mate sulakhite pudana galate etam निवाहि पैसाति संभम ज्ञानम च दिने तथा धान्यम निवाहिसति धाम गतियैके देवा तियाइकसी सुआती यायिकासी पी गंध के ही ধানি के ही এসা কোথাগলে কোসম ভাড়া নিয়ে। আমার সার্কেলে আমি একমাত্র বাংলা ব্যাকরণ বুঝি, আমার স্যারকে ছাড়া গর্ববোধ করি না, লজ্জা জানি না। ये अच्छा, what's Abhay saying here? Let's see. खड़ी पाई. Oh, अच्छा. खादी. No, it's not khadi pai. It's khadi pai. Purna viram khadi pai. Okay, so in Bengal it's khadi pai. What we call dadi in Bengali. I see. Is this Prakrit you are reading? They are saying it's a Brahmi, Mauryan Brahmi, but this was spoken as Magdi Prakrit, because Prakrit is not distinctly a specific separate language, right? It's the Prakrita version of whatever the language was spoken during those days. Just like today, Sanjay Dixit does not speak the same Hindi as a random gunda on the street, or any. But there's some Arabic influences. उसके वजह से ये difference है. But other than that, even then, in any language, what the scholars speak, that language is not spoken in the same way in any language by the commoners, right? The way I speak Bengali, the way Mamata Banerjee speaks Bengali is not the same way as Amartya Sen or Abhijit Banerjee speak Bengali. So that is the difference. कि संस्कृत लैंग्वेज कौन सा है, कि एक जो हमारा भाषा है, सी वी डोंट हैव एनी स्पेसिफिक translation for the word language, okay? In our context, bhasha means whatever is the language. The name of our language is basically bhasha. The name of our languages is not Sanskrit, Prakrit, etc. वो नाम बाद में आया है क्योंकि हम लोगों ने इंग्लिश सीख के इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज सिस्टम हमने डाल दिया इंडियंस के ऊपर और इंडियन हिस्ट्री के ऊपर, इसलिए. बट भाषा का एक संस्कृत वर्जन है, एक प्राकृत वर्जन है, और भाषा ही हमारा लैंग्वेज है. विच इज़ वाई इन इंडोनेशिया देयर लैंग्वेज इज इट सेल्फ कॉल्ड भाषा इंडोनेशिया, विच मीन्स भाषा इंडोनेशिया का भाषा. इंडोनेशिया का भाषा का नाम क्या है? इंडोनेशिया का भाषा. Okay, in that has to be kept in mind when we are talking about language and bhasha in India as well. So bhashya karna is bhasha. What you use to do bhashya commentary and to converse is the bhasha itself. So the name of your bhasha is not bhasha or language or Sanskrit or Prakrit. Now there is a version of your bhasha which is Sanskrit, meaning संस्करण हुआ है जिसका, and उसका एक प्राकृत बोलते हैं, मगर उसका एक प्रकृत वर्जन है. इन बेंगली इज मोर अंडरस्टैंडेबल. সংস্কৃত যার সংস্করণ হয়েছে and প্রকৃত ভাষা. Okay, Sanskrit was called bhasha before. Exactly, bhasha is Prakrit, and the commoner will say that the Prakrit is my bhasha, the scholar will say Sanskrit is my bhasha. Magdi Prakrit is the predecessor of Bengali. Yes. And also there are influences of Assamese, Myanmar, Burmese, those Khmer, Mon, all those influences are there in Bengali. Okay, we have seen that the inscription is a fragmentary one. We cannot therefore entirely do without some amount of conjecture while interpreting it. The record, how I would much rather this person do the conjecture because he has actually seen the inscription in front of his eyes. The record, however, can be treated best by considering it line by line and word by word. The fragment begins with the two letters Nena. The word originally must have been either Sasanena or Vachanena. More probably the former. Okay, so probably Sasanena. If we carefully examine 1.1, which is Samvam Gyanam. Okay, so Nena Samvam Gyanam. If we carefully examine that word, at the most one letter could have preceded Nena, with which our fragment opens. Thus, whether this word was Sasanena or Vachanena, the first letter of it could not have been engraved in the present 1.1 of the fragment, but rather in the line preceding it, which has now been lost. Similarly, the words Sasanena, some lost words, Vam, Gyanam, Galadansa, punctuated by the virama of 1.1, make no complete sense as they stand. They surely must have been preceded by some words in the line previous, which is now broken and which told us what was the exact nature of the Sasana and who the ruler was that used it. Okay, so here, yeah, I forgot this. If it's nena, it probably means sasanena. Sasan means jiska shashan kal tha. Okay, so who was the ruler? Whose rule it was? The next word is savagyanam, as it stands. The same word which occurs in 1.3, samvagyanam, where the anushvara after sa is distinct. Anushwar meaning the M, which we write as M in English when we are talking about Sanskrit or ancient Indian texts, but in Bengali we pronounce it as ang. So savagyanam would be pronounced in Bengali as savagyanang. All mantras are pronounced as ang in Bengali. Om even, not om. So the word may be equivalent to the Sanskrit samvargyanam, which however yields no good sense. It may stand for Vargyanam of the class fellows. Yeah, Vargi. Oh my god, this is great analysis. It may stand for Vargyanam of the class fellows or the clansmen. Different Vargya. Different वर्ग से वर्गीय आ रहे हैं. वर्ग तो क्लास है, वर्ग में जो रहे हैं वो लोगों को वर्गीय बोला जाएगा. Of this वर्ग. Okay, great. Which however, okay, so it may stand for Vargyanam of the class fellows or the clansmen with sam prefix to it, Samavargya. So meaning maybe equal vargas or maybe equally, whatever the context was of the main content, main intention of the text, to say that they were equally important from all those vargas. Okay, different people from different vargas were sama. Sam always means equality, as far as I know. So Samavargya. But this prefix sam remains meaningless and inappropriate. Besides, what is meant by saying that something was given by Sasana to Galadana of the clansmen? Galadana of the clansmen. Okay, so Galadana, does it mean servitude, deference, or human sacrifice? If we take it literally. So Galadana of the clansmen. So Galadana of the Samavargya. Holy shit! This can have many meanings and interpretations. Who were these clansmen? This is a fascinating paper. Thanks for recommending this, Niner. Who were these clansmen? Why is their name not specified? It will be better to insert another anuswara this time after va and read the whole word as samvagyanam which means of the samvagya or tribe. The insertion of an anuswara after va cannot be unjustifiable in view also of the fact that in 1.2 we have Pudana Galate, which obviously stands for Pumdana Galate. Pungdana Galate. Pung means male form, obviously, or men in general. The Vamgya is like the Vajjis. The name of a tribe can scarcely be doubted. Okay, so Vamgya is like a tribe. And just as the confederation of the different Vajji clans is sometimes called Samavajji. Okay. That way Sam is used here. Sam meaning all. Sampradaya. Samapradaya. It is not impossible that the various Vanga clans were similarly summed up under the name Samvamgya. I see. Samvamgya. Vamgya. We shall dilate upon this point later, but what we have here to note is that the second word in 1.1 is in all likelihood intended for Samvamgyanam, which yields good sense and which can also be read as such, having regard to the fact that in old inscriptions as Anuswara, an Anuswara is not unfrequently omitted. So it's omitted pretty frequently. Okay, let's have some coffee and again check some comments. Probably some interesting discussion has started. Yeah. Did the Bengali word Borgi come from the word Vargi? Why? Does Vargi mean outsider? Oh, I think Borgi was the name Marathas they themselves gave to them as generals. Okay, let me check some comments. Magdhi Prakrit, Sanskrit, like Bengal ki bhasha, Maharashtra ki bhasha, etc. Yes. Do you know about Bharati script? No. Actual summary of the contents is starting on page 87, para 3. Up till there, they just talk about single words of the inscription. Yeah. Dada, kemon acho ajger byapar ki? Ajger byapar holo, one topic has already been discussed, which was the Hindu way of looking at international politics, and now we are discussing an ancient Mauryan era script which was found in the significant Shaivite spot Mahasthanam, which is now called Mahasthangarh, which is in Bangladesh. There was no concept of Bengali, Marathi, Gujarati, etc. Yes. Were we once one group of people who spoke one language and got spread around the continent, or different groups interacted and created a lingua franca? Yes. Different groups created and interacted and created a lingua franca. I think it happened both ways. That's why it should be written as Sanskrit and not Sanskrit. True. Yeah. The next page is quite difficult to read. Actually, it's pretty bad scanning, whoever did. And bad Xerox even. Did the Bengali word Borgi? Okay. No, Borgi came from Barghir, meaning warrior with rented horse or something like that. A Persian word. I see. Vargir. If they are specifically saying it's an Anuswara, who the fuck came up with this idea that let's make it M? A lot of people have really screwed with our pronunciations, okay? That's why Srijit Mukherjee, the famous Bengali director who has directed some Hindi movies as well, has come up with this idea that he pursues only on his Facebook timeline. He writes English words, or English, when he writes Bengali words and Bengali terms and Bengali names in English, even for his movies or the names of his actors, etc. He writes the exact Bengali pronunciation, how it would be in Bengali in English, okay? Which is not the case that is usually done. Yet Rabindranath Thakur, how the fuck did it become Tagore or Tagore, and how did it get accepted by the general masses or by the Tagore family? I don't know. It's always Thakur. It has to be Thakur, unless they were ashamed of the idea that they were kind of being equated with evil Brahmin Thakur Sahabs. I don't know. What fucking logic is this Tagore? But there are many other examples as well. Let's say. Using the word A randomly for where in Bengali we would have pronounced it as A. Everywhere it's written as A, but A का उच्चारण हिंदी में जैसे हम जानते हैं or any Indian languages is going to be A, but in Bengali A is a more common pronunciation. तो A के लिए Srijit Mukherjee is using AW, which is A. What do you think about Borgis attacking Bengal? I think the same thing what Rabindranath Thakur thinks. I am with Rabindranath on this one. That yes, they came here to attack the Muslim kings who were ruling Bengal. But what we failed to realize then, as we fail to realize now, is that he did come here to attack the Muslim kings of Bengal. But the Borgis did get one thing wrong, that they decided that they will attack the local people, the people on the ground, in an indirect attack of the Muslim kings. So that was wrong on their part, but they also knew that they are coming here temporarily to just do some poking in the Muslim emperors' fortes here, or the empires here. They were not really willing to come with full force and annex. वो नहीं होगा, इसलिए थोड़ा आके गाँव जला दे के चले जाते थे. So it is what it is. So they came here to poke holes in the Muslim empires, and we were the byproducts. Okay, we were the collateral damage. Now, who do you blame more? For someone making you the collateral damage, or someone attacking you even in last Ram Navami? So it has to be discussed in that context. I ought to be Vasu, then Bengali Boshu, then it's Bose now. Yes, then the Bengali surname Pal becoming Paul. Oh my fucking god. Pal becomes Paul. Pal means such a great thing. Pal means the protector. Usko Paul bana diya. And all the Brahmin surnames, Mukherjee, all that's absolute bullshit. Banerjee, Mukherjee. This is why English as lingua franca is detrimental for Indian languages and Indian thinking, Indian episteme, everything. English is detrimental for all of these things. Okay, let's get back to the paper now. Okay, what page are we on basically? Ninad is saying the fun part will start in 87, okay? But here we will discuss these things as well, because I'm getting to learn a lot of language concepts as well. Is the mic too on the left? Okay. So, that Vamgya, like the Vajis, yeah, ye to ho gaya. The third word in 1.1 cannot be read with certainty, as the upper part of its letters is damaged. It reads like Galada Nasa or Galar Danasya It seems that Galadana was a leader or chief of the Samvamgyas, to whom something was granted by Sasana. Sasana is whoever is the leadership, जो शासन कर रहा है. Okay, so Galadanyassu एक किसी का नाम था. वो, I mean, he was offered so many people's galas or what? The next word, though a little damaged, is pretty certain and reads Dumadina. Then followed two letters, the first of which is partially preserved and the second completely lost. Thus, first is either Sa or Ma. Okay, I forgot to finish one point. So, Rabindranath's main conclusion is that Bengal needs to wake up from this delusion that they are the enemies and embrace Marathas as an united, as an ally, in an united Bharat. Okay, you can check out my full analysis of his poem called Shivaji Utsav. There he has explicitly explained his view in the poem itself, that Bengalis fail to understand when... Rabindranath Tagore in fact goes one step further. He says when the Borghese were attacking, it was a call for unity from the Bengali Hindus as well. It was a call to action that you also fight for me. You also rise up against your Muslim kings. But Bengalis fail to understand it. But don't fail to understand it now. That's what Rabindranath is saying in that poem. Okay, so he's further on this than me. I still have some sympathy, and so saying that okay, let's forgive and forget what happened to Bengalis as a byproduct, as a collateral damage. Rabindranath is saying no, अरे भाई वो तुमको call to action दे रहा था, तुम समझ नहीं पाए. It seems that Galadana, okay, ये तो हो गया. Then followed two, okay, S or M. These two letters together with the first two, namely mate of the second line, formed one word which is marked by a virama. Thus, the letters intervening between this and the preceding virama may be read either as Dumadinasa Amate. So Amatya, probably Amatya meaning a bureaucrat, or Dumadina Mahamate. Oh, okay, Mahamate. The former alternative is less preferable. Okay, so this person is saying that Dumadina Mahamate is preferable because the force of Sa after Dumadina is undetermined. Is it a genitive termination or a part of an individual's name, whatever that may mean? So if Amate is written after a space, then it probably means Amatya. If the former is the case, it makes no sense. If the latter is the case, according to the language, oh my god, this page is gone. Maar diya. Okay, now from 87, Niner said, fun things begin. Okay, now let's check out this page, which is probably, okay, this is pretty well printed. And let me check the comments once again and have a sip of coffee, then we'll start this page. If you look Assamese spellings, you will be frustrated as hell. We are now proud of writing spelling based on dialectic pronunciation, and we are ashamed to correct Sanskritify our pronunciation itself. Yes, mine is Gangopadhyay, that is Ganga Upadhyay. Yes, how can I ever not owe my allegiance and my soul to this holy land? Ganga Upadhyay, yes, an Upadhyaya who was probably teaching or researching things sitting on the banks of Ganga. That's my best guess. All these surnames have beautiful meanings, man. नाम का meaning है तो वो छोड़ ही दो. Even हमारा surnames का इतना बढ़िया meaning है, which the side effect of which is basically casteism. के देखो मेरे नाम का meaning का significance है तुम्हारे नाम का significance से better है, तो अब तुम जाओ भाड़ में, हम untouchability करेंगे. But it's still at some point it should be cherished, celebrated. That wow, possibly a lot of people, but at least a few significant people in your ancestry were scholars who were living on the banks of Ganga. Mukhopadhyay, I think, who were Upadhyayas who taught orally with their Mukh, probably. Bhattacharya, the most obvious surname, that with the most obvious meaning, that Bhatta Brahmins जो होते थे, जो कि आचार्य भी बन गए, वो भट्टाचार्य बन गए. And that's not distorted at all even. So, and then Banerjee, बंदना जो करते हैं और उपाध्याय भी है, बंद्योपाध्याय. These create artificial differences among ethno-linguistic groups and feel we are not one people. Yeah. Many people may say that countries like, and see, how do we know this? How do you people in the comment section, and how am I agreeing on this? Because we have some knowledge of Sanskrit, and every time I read a Sanskrit translation, my mind gets blown further to see that, अरे भाई ये तो almost Bengali लग रहा है. तो ये जो लाइट बल्ब मोमेंट है, ये जो रियलाइजेशन है, ये नहीं आएगा जब तक लोग संस्कृत नहीं पढ़ेंगे. उसके लिए मेरा पॉलिसी इंप्लीमेंट करना ज़रूरी है कि अभी बच्चों को अभी से संस्कृत पढ़ाना शुरू कर दो, तो सबको पता चल जाएगा कि ये अरे कहाँ बहुत कुछ डिफरेंस है नहीं, सब संस्कृत ही है. संस्कृत का थोड़ा 20% 10% यहाँ वहाँ डिफरेंस है, based on local dialects, based on whatever other influences those people brought from other places. Like whatever Bengali differences we have from Sanskrit are probably differences, some from Muslim kings and some from Khmer, Mon, Myanmar, Cambodian ancestry. Okay. Many people say that countries like Mexico in North and South America, Africa, etc. adopted colonial languages and benefited from it. However, they have already lost their indigenous religions. We are in the best possible scenario. We have benefited from English and we have not lost it completely. तो अब पूरा लूजिंग कंप्लीटली के लिए वेट नहीं करना है. हमको इंग्लिश पता है, इंग्लिश भूलना नहीं है सबको, ठीक है, इंग्लिश में बात करेंगे, मगर ये भी सीख लेते हैं अभी से. एंड एलिमिनेट हिंदी फ्रॉम आवर लाइफ्स, एटलीस्ट फ्रॉम द एजुकेशन सिस्टम. हिंदी वैसे भी सबको पता चल रहा है हिंदी मूवीज़ देख के. अगर नहीं पता चल रहा है, साउथ इंडिया तो आराम से काम कर रहा है बिना हिंदी के, तो हिंदी काहे को पढ़ना है. हिंदी एज सेकेंड लैंग्वेज नीड्स टू बी मेड एब्सोल्युटली इररिलेवेंट. Second language is either if you are a Bengali, either it's Bengali or Sanskrit. Okay, Assam is right chohob for shohor, because they pronounce shaw, cho, shaw, and write chaw for all of it. Yes, it's the way many European dialects became languages. Yeah, it will not work for India because India is still practicing its native tradition, which will be compromised if we adopted non-Indian languages as lingua franca. Yes, I have chosen surnames of characters of my novel very thoughtfully. I see. Leftists shit their pants when present government names schemes in Sanskrit rather than English and imagines it is Hindi imposition while it is just Sanskrit words, part of every language of India. Leftists want to de-Sanskritify Bengali but Urdufy it. Yes, and sometimes consciously and sometimes without knowing it because they are dumb fucking asses. Okay, now rest of the paper. 87 से, okay, let's see. एक मिनट, मेरा चेयर थोड़ा ठीक करना पड़ेगा. Yeah. The next batch of interpunctuated letters is su ati yayi su ati yayi kasi p. But these two words by themselves do not form a clause and have therefore to be taken along with those that follow. Of these, only what's this word? Gamda. Wait, I'll zoom in further. I can't read this. Yeah, Gamda. I see. So it's Gamda. Interesting. Of these, only Gamda. So Gangda. This is M with that dot. So it's basically an Anuswara, right? So it would be Gangda or Ganga. I don't know how to pronounce this. Of these, only Gamda has been preserved in 1.5. At least two more were originally incised in this line, but they have now been destroyed. The next line, which is the last preserved one, has lost at least 2 letters at the beginning and 3 at the end. But those that have been preserved can be clearly read as Yikehi Esa Kothagale Kosang. Okay, Kothagale or Kothagale, is this how it's supposed to be in Bengali? Kothagale would mean Kothay Gele. Where did you go? Is it similar to that meaning? The lacuna may be tentatively filled up as follows. Gamda kehi dhani kehi esa Kothagale Kosang Bharanye. The whole may thus be rendered into English when there is an excess of plenty. Okay, so Kothagale. Okay, not similar. When there is an excess of plenty, this granary and the treasury may be replenished with paddy and gamdakas. Okay, gangdakas. Here, 2 things are mentioned. So, Kothagale means Kosam is Kosha is treasury, that I know, go downs. So, what would be Kothagale or Kothagale? So, excess a filled up granary, or where that granary, what's the meaning of this exact word Kothagale? I wish we knew. Esa Kothagale Kosam. Bharanya means, yeah, plenty or excess of plenty. What would be then Kothagale? And the treasury may be replenished. So Kothagale is granary and treasury is Kosam. Yeah, probably that way. Okay. Okay. Here 2 things are mentioned. Kothagale, Koshta कोष्ठगरम गारम ओ ग्रैनरी. ओके, ये मीनिंग दिया हुआ था, मैं फालतू में इंट्रोस्पेक्ट कर रहा था, कॉन्टेम्पलेट कर रहा था. कोठागले इज कोष्ठगरम ग्रैनरी and the kosha is treasury. Yeah, corresponding to kosha we have the mention of gangdaka, which means a coin of the value of 4 cowries. Gangdaka. Okay, so gandaka, a coin of the value of 4 cowries. The yikehi with which the last line begins can thus be easily restored to dhanyikeshi. Dhanga ये गया उड़ गया है. As it corresponds to Kothagale, and as we know it has already been mentioned as being distributed among the Samvangyas. What we have thus to understand here is that as soon as the time of superabundance returned, they were to remit Gangdaka coins into the royal treasury and paddy into the royal granary. ठीक है, जब prosperity वापस आएगा तब तुमको और tax देना है. Okay, 3.4 refers to the doling out of paddy to these people. Right. So जब कोरोना आएगा तो तुमको हम पैडी देंगे, वैसा बात है. It is thus perfectly intelligible why at the end of the record they have been asked to return the corn. But why should there be any mention of Gangdaka coins at all at this place, as they have not been referred to above? Were the Gangdaka coins anywhere mentioned as being distributed among the Samvangyas, which they were expected to pay back into the treasury with the return of prosperity? We have said above that the first original line of this inscription has been lost, which told us about the nature of the sasana granted to Galadana or Galardana of the Samvangyas, Samvangyas, who is mentioned in 1.1 of the preserved portion. And it is not at all unreasonable to surmise that this sasana referred to the Gangdaka coins, which were handed over to Galadana for disbursement among the Samvangyas, and which they were asked to refund as soon as the day of plenty dawned upon them. The inscription may thus be briefly summed up as follows. It appears that some ruler of the Mauryan period, if not of the Mauryan family, had issued an order to the Mahamatra stationed at Pundranagara, which is our Pondra, Pundravardhan, etc. Those places. Western West Bengal, middle, center, West Bengal, or southwest West Bengal. Pundranagara, with a view to relieve the distress caused apparently by famine to the people called Samvangyas, who were settled in and about town. Although Pundranagara was different in different places and different times. Okay, I wonder what was Pundranagara in the Mauryan period. That was specified in our live stream with Bangali Itihash, and I have forgotten that. It's impossible to remember. What was Pundra? I think it's central Bengal only. Although Tamralipta was also part of Pundra at one point, so maybe entire South Bengal, where there was civilization, because most of Kolkata, South 24 Parganas was a jungle anyway. Kolkata was a small village, that too in medieval era or post-medieval era. Before that, there was no real people living in these places in extreme South Bengal. If not Mauryan family, some ruler of Mauryan period had issued an order to Mahamatra stationed at Pundranagara with a view to relieve the distress caused apparently by famine to the people called Samvangyas, who were settled in and about the town. Two measures appear to have been adopted to meet this contingency. The exact nature of the first is not clear, as the first original line of our record has not been preserved, but it may be surmised that this measure consisted of the advance of a loan in Gangdaka coins to Galadana, who presumably was a leader of the Samvangyas. The Mahamatra of Pundranagara was entrusted with the execution of this order. The second measure consisted of the distribution of dhanya or paddy from the granary. So, see what Narendra Modi did during Corona was basically a very Chanakyan thing to do, or very Mauryan thing to do. And instead of giving monetary stimulus packages like USA did, which Dr. Subramanian Swamy recommended, which Dr. Abhijit Banerjee recommended, but Sanjeev Sanyal and all did not want to do that because it would cause inflation, which it did in USA. Okay, so Galadana, who presumably was the leader of Samvangyas. Okay, the second measure, ये तो हो गया. A wish is then expressed that as soon as these measures are carried out, the Samvangyas will be able to tide over the calamity. Okay? Samvangyas will be able to tide over the calamity, yeah. With the restoration of profusion and affluence, they have been asked to return the coins to the treasury. Okay, जब तुम फिर से affluent हो गए तब ये थोड़ा वापस करो टैक्स के तौर पे. And the corn to the granary. In other words, to pay the state back in kind and cash. Beautiful. We may therefore translate the text as follows. To Galadana of the Samvangyas, granted by order, the Mahamatra from the highly auspicious Pundranagara will cause it to be carried out, and likewise paddy has been granted to Samvangyas. The outbreak of distress in the town during this outburst of superhuman agency shall be tided over. When there is an excess of plenty, this granary and the treasury may be replenished with paddy and Gangdaku coins. We now turn to other matters revealed by the critical consideration of our epigraph. The inscription stone, Mr. Chandra told me, was originally picked up near a tank, not far removed from a high mound. Okay, mound meaning stupa. Dhibi bolte hain jisko Bengali mein. Which we were discussing in the last day's live stream as well, that my pet conspiracy theory is that Shushunia Pahad is probably an ancient temple of some sort, possibly a Ram temple, because nearby is a place called Ayodhya, mysteriously. But because that's what happens when something is hidden or a place is abandoned, dust settles on it for years and years and centuries, and then it seems like a mountain. It seems like a mount, then it seems like a hill, then it seems like a mountain. All ancient South American pyramids were also thought of as mountains and hills. Then they were dug up and found out to be pyramids. Okay, even our Mundeshwari temple in Bihar had become a hill of a sort, and then people thought it's a cave, and then they dug up the entire place and saw it's a goddamn temple, and only dust had settled on top of it. Okay, now I have a power cut because of Mamata Banerjee. And I don't know if the live stream will end abruptly, okay? That might be unfortunate, then we'll have to restart it again some other day if my inverter does not hold. Okay, let me check some comments before that. If the power cut doesn't end. Okay, let me check some comments. Every language has certain unique structures, figures of speech, metaphor built into them, which roots us to our culture. Yes, and English is also an example of that. English का जो सब ये figure of speech है, metaphor है, वो सब Bible से आता है. तो and इसलिए Bible पढ़ाया जाता है प्रेसिडेंसी यूनिवर्सिटी में इंग्लिश लिटरेचर वालों को. This is why Urdufication of Hindi and Anglicization of Indian institutions should be opposed. The language policy should be as follows. First language, mother tongue, medium of instruction. Second language, Sanskrit, Indian link language. Third language, English, foreign language. The conch of Bhim is called Pondra. I see. Watch IIP video on how languages are shaped and also shapes our thinking. Yes. Was Ghatotkach Bengali? I don't know. What's the IIP video? For example, मैं तुम्हारा जन्मों तक साथ दूंगा. This Hindi expression is based on Hindu concept of reincarnation. Yes, it can be found in other Indian languages but not in English. Yes. Then there's the idea that IIP is India in pixels. Oh, okay. Okay, let's see. I hope the power returns. I'll continue with the paper until then. So, where excavations were being conducted and which is presumed to contain the remains of a stupa. तो अरे तो वो माउंट खोद के निकालो क्या स्तूपा है देखते हैं अंदर. Do watch a movie called The Dig on Netflix. It's a Netflix original movie. Beautiful background score. वो जिसने वोल्डेमॉर्ट का रोल प्ले किया था वो एक आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट का रोल प्ले कर रहा है. It's a real life story. Okay, power is back. It's about a bunch of British people during World War II excavating a Viking ship, small ship, but it was used as a burial ground for a great Viking king as well. Beautiful movie. But there you can understand the nitty-gritties of how to dig up a mound of sorts, and that mounds may end up having something insane inside it. Whether any characteristic parts of a stupa were recovered in this work of exploration is not known. I am informed that no such definite results have been achieved. On the other hand, we have to note that the words Kothagale occurred in the last line. The word Esa shows that the stone plaque was originally stuck into the granary itself from which paddy was doled out. And if our inscription stone, when it was discovered, was lying not far from its original place, the monument which is being cleared of debris at present may after all turn out to be not a stupa but the royal granary into which the plaque was originally fixed. Holy shit. Our historical gain from a critical study of this record is by no means inconsiderable. In the first place, it places beyond all doubt that the identification of Pundravardhana with Mahasthan, which was proposed by Cunningham half a century ago. Fuck. So Pundravardhan is in goddamn Bangladesh. The Pundravardhan of this era specifically, because Pundravardhan kept changing places. Okay. In this account of Bhasu Bihar, 4 miles to the west of Mahasthana, he remarks that the Buddhist remains at that place correspond both in description and position with those noted by Yuan Zhuang and Huansang, and at the Poshippo monastery, which was situated just 20 what can't read it this, or 4 miles to the west of the capital of the country of Punnafatana, which transcribed itself to Punnavardhana, but it is intended for Pundravardhana, obviously. This city, says Cunningham, the pilgrim places at 600 li or 100 miles to the east of the Ganges near Rajmahal, now in Bangladesh. और ये वो नवयान बुद्धिस्ट को ये पता नहीं चलता है कि पूरा का पूरा बंगाल जब बुद्धिस्ट था आज के दिन में नहीं है तो कौन शत्रु है. ब्राह्मण ने बांग्लादेश में जाके इनको मुस्लिम बना दिया. Now this description corresponds exactly with the relative positions of Rajmahal and Mahasthan, and the latter being just 100 miles to the east of the former. The suggestion of Cunningham was shortly thereafter confirmed by the Karatoya Mahatmya. Yeah. We learnt of this in the Bangali Itihas book as well. It's pronounced as Karatoya Mahatto. Okay, Karato was a river. Mahatmya meaning what is the meaning and symbolism, significance of this place. Just like Devi Mahatmya, which has the Mahalaya chants, shlokas, mantras. That is in Devi Mahatmya, right? Yeah. So this is Karatoya Mahatmya, which was first published 40 years ago. This Mahatmya mentions many holy spots which are all found at present in Mahasthan. But the Mahasthana, though it calls itself Karatoya Mahatmya, purports to describe the sacred sites of Pundra or Pundravardhana Kshetra. It is thus evident from it that the present Mahasthan is identical with the old Pundravardhana. Now Mr. Prabhas Chandra Sen, who has edited the Mahatmya for the second time and for the Varendra Research Society, Varendra meaning North Bengal, Varendra Bhumi, rightly points out that the one verse, Varendra is the place where the Pal dynasty started, okay? That was started by a Brahmin king who became Kshatriya, changed his Varna. His name was Gopal. Now Mahatmya for the second time, Varendra rightly points out that one verse from it is cited by Sarvananda in 1159 AD in his Tika Sarvasya or the Amara Kosha, and two in the Smriti Chandrika, probably by Devna Bhatta, who is himself quoted by Himadri in the 12th century. This shows that the Karatoya Mahatmya is a composition which could not have been later than 1100 AD. Okay, right. We may thus take it that the identity of Mahasthan with Pundravardhana was known before the 12th century. Okay, but this identity is now placed beyond all doubt by what our inscription tells us. It tells us that two remedial measures to alleviate the distress of a famine were contemplated, and that the Mahatma of Pundranagara was charged with the execution of them. Okay, so when I'm going to make a separate video of this place, I'm probably going to name it Ancient Forms of Welfare and Taxation in Bengal by Mauryans. Ancient Taxation of Bengal by Mauryans. One of these measures consisted in the distribution of paddy from the royal granary, which, as shown above, must have been situated in Mahasthan itself, as the inscription speaks of it as Esa Kothagale. As the Kothagale was thus in Mahasthan, and as the officer who was to dole out paddy from it to the Samvangiyas was the Mahamatra of Pundanagara, it is quite clear that Mahasthan is identical with Pundanagara. And this identity between the two is now established by evidence not of the 12th century AD, to which Mahatmya belongs, but of the 4th BC, to which our record has to be assigned. Fuck. Yes, This is clinching evidence that Bengal was an administrative unit. Not there's also already the fact that Arthashastra mentions Bengal as an administrative unit. Now there's a proof of welfare कि अच्छा तुम्हारा time खराब जा रहा है तो ये लो थोड़ा चीज़ें, थोड़ा welfare, and then return it in taxes. Fuck. The second point of historical interest that we have to note is the manner in which, let's contemplate on this a little, and let me have a sip of coffee and check some comments. Bro is a machine learning engineer, Indian Pixels. I've heard of that channel. That guy is an Odia who loves Bengali. He's a big fan of Robi Thakur, I see. And makes videos on Indian languages and cultures, languages shaping gender. It is a brilliant channel, I see. Yes, he talked about Robi Thakur in 3 videos already. Why Bengali is sweet, Brajabuli languages shaping gender, Dui Pakiwala, and maybe made separate video on Robi Thakur. Brahmin ने मुस्लिम बनाया. अब ये सुनना बाकी रह गया था. ब्राह्मण को और कितने इनोवेटिव ढंग से गाली दोगे. ब्राह्मण ने मुस्लिम बनाया indirectly because Brahmins were doing so much अत्याचार that they felt the need to become Muslim instead and not pay jizya. That's the argument. Mahalaya is about ancestral worship, that is Tarpan. It's coincidence that the Mahishashur Mardini programs aired on Mahalaya, so people don't have to spend time from the puja days. Yeah. This is an example of our ancestors doing citation loops. Bengal history loves famines. It even begins the first inscription. Okay, half आया है ये comment. Okay. Now let's get back to the paper. So the second point of historical interest that we have to note is the manner in which the state in ancient India endeavored to combat the ravages of a famine. In this connection, one is reminded of what Kautilya says in his Arthashastra. Yes. Durbhikshe Rajabhija Bhakt Opagraham Kritva Anugraham Kuryat. Is that KU or Kuryat? Durga Setu Karma Va Bhaktam Grahena Bhakta Sambhagam Va. During a famine, the king may show favor by giving gratis seeds, bija, and food, bhakta. Bhakta, जहाँ से probably भात का नहीं, that's anna. Anna is also food. Maybe bhat came from this concept of food, bhakta. And anna and bhat is interchangeable in Bengali, so who knows which preceded which. Either he may carry out work in forts and on dams with the distribution of food, or he may distribute food or food gratis without exacting work. Yeah, this is what this part I've read in Arthashastra. It will be seen from this passage that the state in ancient times encountered the contingency of famine either by starting works of public utility or by a free distribution of food. And this is why I've been saying that Chanakyan times में कोशा था, treasury था. Famine होना बार बार शुरू हुआ after Mughals came, because those dumbasses had no idea how to run a state, how to run a country. सामने अन्न देखा ही नहीं है, भात देखा ही नहीं है, तो वो कैसे मेंटेन करते हैं, कैसे कंजर्व करते हैं, कैसे पता चलेगा उसको. And then British did it because of their own evil intentions, and Mughals did famine because they were fucking dumbasses. Neither of these, however, seem to be adverted to in our inscription. Okay, so encounter the contingency of famine either by starting works of public utility or by a free distribution of food. There is absolutely no mention of any public work being started in the interest of the famine-stricken people in Pundanagara. Mention is no doubt made of the distribution of paddy, but this paddy seems to have been given neither gratis nor in lieu of any work in the fort or on an embankment, but on the distinct understanding that it shall be returned to the state district granary as soon as the days of plenty and prosperity were restored. Here again, what was given to the Samvangiyas was not annam or boiled rice, okay, but rather dhanyam, which is unhusked rice, okay. In Bengali we call it dhan, and dhan ko agriculture में produce करके वो चावल बनता है. So dhan is dhanyam. So even here Bengali is directly deriving from Sanskrit, man. So annam is onno in Bengali and dhanyam is dhan in Bengali. Dhan khet, meaning dhanyam kshetra. Kshetra, an area. This paddy obviously must have been used as seed for sowing operations, and also when husked must have served the purpose of food. It may be now asked why money was at all distributed among Samavangiyas. In this connection, we have to remember that in East Bengal, where nature is so plentiful, a famine can take place only through inundation of a river, right?
जो कि आज भी बहुत कॉमन है बांग्लादेश में. ये रिवर बैंक्स टूट जाते हैं इवन इन रीजन्स ऑफ बंगाल विच आर क्लोज टू बांग्लादेश. ये वो जगह का पद्मा गंगा अक्सर टूटते रहता है. Mahasthan or Pundanagara is situated on a river, namely Korotwa. And when a town is settled on a river, the floods caused devastations not simply to the crops in the fields but also to the buildings and huts which are perched on its borders. To meet this contingency, a money grant has to be made to the people whose belongings have been washed away or seriously affected by the floods. This is what we call an advanced civilization. Okay? ये हम जब advanced civilization बोलते हैं और कॉमीज स्मर्क करते हैं, क्या एडवांस सिविलाइजेशन वहाँ पर सती चल रहा था, इसको बोलते हैं एडवांस सिविलाइजेशन. एडवांस सिविलाइजेशन में कुछ फ्लॉज तो होगा ही. आज जो एडवांस सिविलाइजेशन आज है अगर उसमें फ्लॉज नहीं है क्या? Someone can argue that USA has flaws because it has racism. I will argue USA has flaws because it has wokeism. तो no matter how advanced the civilization, it will have flaws. तो फ्लॉज की वजह से सिविलाइजेशन एडवांस नहीं था, ये इग्नोर करने का कैसा आर्ग्यूमेंट हुआ? बट दिस इज द लिटरल डेफिनेशन ऑफ एन एडवांस सिविलाइजेशन. कि कितना प्लानिंग है और कितना प्लान का प्लान बी कितना है, प्लान सी कितना है, कंटिजेंसीज क्या है. पाकिस्तान का तो ये सब आज भी नहीं है. दैट इज वाई पाकिस्तान इज नॉट अ सिविलाइजेशन. तो बाय द फ्लड्स, ओके, whose belongings have been washed away or seriously affected by the floods. This is perhaps the only explanation that can be given of the disbursement of Gangdaka coins among the Samavangiyas. What again we have to note here is that this disbursement of money and this distribution of unhusked rice were made to these people without any interest. If they had been charged with any, there would have been some reference to it in our record. Or it may be that they were tacitly understood to return the money at the usual rate of interest. Yes, so see, that is why it's not going to create that perpetual inflation. They are going to return it. Perhaps ours is not the first known inscription which relates to the putting up of a granary as a fortification against scarcity of food. और ये सब भी पता चल रहा है कहाँ से? ये जो एक दो टूटा फूटा इंस्क्रिप्शंस मिल रहा है, कितना कितना के ऊपर हम आजकल घर बार बना लिए हैं, कितनों के ऊपर से नदी चला गया है, कितने जगह के ऊपर से आज भी नदी जा रहा है. If you hypothetically stop the river and dig up the place under the river, you may find some insane things, because ours is a fertile land and people keep living there. People don't abandon places. And then there's the issue of so many things were destroyed and burned by Muslim kings. So there's, if we are just finding the tip of the iceberg, and that tip of that goddamn iceberg is enough to prove we had an advanced civilization 2500 years back. So imagine what the fuck is the rest of the iceberg. Okay, I'm too excited with this article. It may be asked, was it in this connection we have to remember that East Bengal Karatwa ho gaya ye. So what again we have to note here is that this disbursement of money was not done with interest. People will return it with interest. Okay, perhaps ours is not the first inscription which relates to the putting up of a granary as a fortification against scarcity of food. Of practically the same period is a copper plate found at Sohgora. Where's this? About 14 miles southeast of Gorakhpur, EUP. This was first edited in Bowler in the Vienna Audi journal. After, okay, can't read this. Badua and Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute. Yeah, see. Annals of, I know what this means. Annals of Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute. After, by Fleet in JRAS 1907. And lastly, by Professor B.M. Badua in Annals of Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute, which is a regular sort of a news digest that they come up with collections of great papers. A cursory glance at its contents will convince anybody that it refers not to one but two granaries. But the inscription, in spite of the fact that it has been revised thrice, has not yet been properly punctuated, read and interpreted. The last line should have been read, Atiyaikaya no Gahita Vaya. Nothing should be taken in excess of plenty. Our record speaks of two Atiyaikas, one of which is Su-Atiyaika. It is this Atiyaika which is probably understood at the end of the Sohgora copper plate. Okay. So, similarly, this last epigraph speaks of the granaries being stored with various provisions. In fact, if any fourth scholar makes an attempt to again revise the Sogora inscription in the light of our record, he may be able to show that the former also is an order to some Mahamatra, okay, probably Sravasti, to open the two granaries and distribute their contents when any dire contingency called for it. Okay, तो ये दोनों inscriptions ही messages हैं वो एक local महामात्र को कि ये करो थोड़ा help कर दो. In fact, the idea of counteracting the ravages of a famine by the erection of granaries and storehouses is pretty ancient in India, and it is not therefore a matter of surprise if the Mahasthan inscription also adverts to the measures commonly employed by the state to combat the devastations caused by a famine in ancient Bengal. Wow. So when I'll name this video, it can be named in another way, that how different it was. So famines in Bengal later and famines in Chanakyan or Mauryan times, how that was different. Interesting. Give me some name suggestions what I will name this video when I cut this portion out and upload it separately. It is not therefore so devastations caused by a famine in ancient Bengal. Let us now see what further light our record throws on the ancient history of Bengal. It is unfortunate that the first line of the inscription has not been preserved. The name of the ruler, if any was mentioned, is thus lost irretrievably. But as the alphabet and the language of our record are exactly like those of the Ashokan edicts, it is not impossible that he was a prince of the Mauryan dynasty. We have already seen that the language of this epigraph is the language of Madhya Desha influenced by the Magdhi. Madhya Desha is Madhya Pradesh. It was really the language of the Mauryan court in Magad, which owing to its outgrowing imperialism had spread not only over the whole of Madhya Desha but also over parts of conterminous, I don't know what, places nearby it. Places like Kalsi in Dehradun district, Dhauli in Puri, and Jaugada in Ganjam district, where also the 14 rock edicts of Ashoka have been found, were never included in Madhya Desha. And yet we notice that these recensions are couched in the Madhya Desha Magdhi dialect, which had become the lingua franca of almost the whole of North India. We now see definitely that this lingua franca had spread even to Bengal and was in vogue there as early as the 3rd century BC, as our inscription conclusively proves it. It is true that Brahmanism took a long way to spread over Bengal. In fact, there is no evidence to show that Brahmanism had any firm hold over this province earlier than the Gupta period. The Aitareya Brahmana no doubt speaks of the sage Vishwamitra as having adopted Sunasepa as his son and caused much chagrin, annoyance to the first 50 of his 100 sons, who were therefore cursed by him to live on the borders of the Aryan country. The descendants of these exiled sons of Vishwamitra, we were further informed, formed the greater bulk of the Dasyus, and one of these Dasyu tribes specified in the Brahmanas was the Pundras, who at that time must have been settled around the Mahasthan and can be recognized and can be still recognized in the Puros, an aboriginal caste in Bengal. Okay, but the problem is Mahasthan was a Shaivite spot, and if Shaivism is included as Hinduism later on, or maybe even then it becomes a conflict. So about which fact was discovered earlier versus later. When was it discovered that Mahasthan is a famous Shaivite spot? The utmost that this tradition mentioned in the Aitareya Brahmana indicates is that some scions of the Vishwamitra family carved tiny kingdoms in the countries of the alien tribes. And this, I think, must be pretty ancient, at 3,500 years, because Bodhayana, when they speak of Bengal in the same tones, is also 3,000 years old. But here we are talking about 300 to 400 BC. So in that 600 years, I think it changed. This does not, however, show that Aryan culture had spread to the Pundra or any other country, far less imbibed by these people there. The Aryan culture seems for the first time to have been disseminated in ancient Bengal by the Jainas. Yeah, this is the Marxist view, which is not very updated. This is clear from the fact that the Kalpa Sutra, an ancient scripture of the Jainas, mentions not one but 3 shakhas of the Godasa Gana of Jain monks named after the 3 places in ancient Bengal, namely Tamralipti, Kotivarsha and Pundravardhan. Of these, Tamralipti is the same as Tamluk in Midnapur, where Shubhendu Adhikari is the representative. Kotivarsha, the same as Bangar in Dinajpur. Is this the same as Banga? I've never heard of this place called Bangar. and Pundravardhana, the same as Mahasthan in the Bogra district of Bengal, which is now in Bangladesh. It is curious to note that while Bihar and Kosala were taken up by the Buddha and his adherents, Bengal was selected by Mahavira and his followers for their proselytizing activities. Yes, because the Brahmins were not really proselytizing. So which is better, proselytizing or not proselytizing? It is true that no traces of this original Jainism are now left in Bengal. Yes, because people had to save their lives. और तुम चुपचाप बैठे रहोगे तो हो गया. But even as late as the middle of the 7th century AD, the Chinese pilgrim Yuan Shuang testifies to the Nigrantha Jainas being numerous in Pundravardhana. Very recently, a copper plate charter was discovered during excavation at Paharpur in Bengal, which is dated GE 159 or 477 AD and registers a grant for the worship of Arhats at a vihara situated not far from this place and presided over by the disciples of the Nirgrantha preceptor of Guhanandin. No reasonable doubt can thus be entertained as to Jainism, especially Nirgranthism, having been prevalent in Bengal up till the 7th century AD, and it is these Jainas settled in Tamralipti, Kotivarsha and Pundravardhana who for the first time in the three Mauryan period appear to have carried Aryan culture to ancient Bengal. This, however, at the most may explain the employment of the Brahmi alphabet in our inscription, but the use of the court language of Patliputra is a clear indication of Bengal, at any rate North Bengal, being included in the Mauryan dominions, the Varendra Bhumi. The last point of historical interest that we have now to consider is, okay, again before that again let me have a sip of coffee and check some comments. Okay, lots of comments. Let me just check. Bengal history loves famines. It even begins with the first inscription with one. Yeah. I have seen Hindus exclaiming, "Oh Jesus" in English or "Hai Allah" in Bengali, but stare when they hear Jai Shri Ram. Yes, and Hai Allah was spoken by our previous generation, our parents' generation mostly. But now our generation, since they have seen Netflix to such an extent, I know people who have said this in front of me when they have been annoyed at something. They have said Jesus fucking Christ, and I'm not blameless in this because I say amen when I'm in agreement to someone, but just I have to consciously eliminate it. But it has entered my vocabulary, kya kare? And it has entered my vocabulary because of the unhinduization efforts of all our enemies. In Bangla, the expression is Hai Bhagavan in Hindi, Hey Bhagwan or Hey Ram. Yes, but Bengalis do say Hai Allah to a large extent. Anna is food in general and rice in specific. Our physical body is called Annamaya Kosha. Yes, body sustained by food, right? Mughals didn't see rice in their homeland but gave us biryani. How great people, yes. I have practiced exclaiming as Hare Krishna, yes. This is where people weak with their mother tongues and proficient only in English struggle with being rooted in culture. This is why English as a medium of instruction is devastating on our culture. It is 5,000-year-old Pakistani dada. Yeah. এত জোরে চেঁচালে পাশের ঘর থেকে কাকিমা এসে পডকাস্ট বন্ধ করিয়ে তোমার. One thing I have to point out that this volume was written in early 1930s, so there are probably scholars with better info out there by now, but I couldn't find anything new on this on the internet. Yeah. How did they maintain so vast empires without internet or communication systems? With fear and some dedication, religiosity. Chanakyan Bengal versus occupied Bengal. Yeah. Ancient India is Achhe Din. Yes. Or Mughal Bengal. Yeah. Chanakyan Bengal versus Mughal Bengal. Yes. That's a good point. Good name. Kapil Muni, author of Samkhya Darshan, did it in Ganga Sagar, Bengal. Yes. Don't take the author's Aryan Brahmin Dravida thing seriously. This was written in 1930s. Yes. And even if they do say Brahmin Aryan, I know what they mean. Ekhon Jainra Bohiragoto. Yes. Jain Marwadis in Howrah are Bohiragoto now. Very late today. Don't you want to sleep? Kaam nahi jana kya kal? Are, I am a self-employed musician at home. After this, I'll sit with music production and then go to sleep at 10 or 11 in the morning. Okay, unless you are saying it to the other people in the comment section. Okay, so the last point of historical interest that we have in this topic. The last point of historical interest that we have now to consider is who were the Samvangyas. Suppose that was the name really. Supposing that was the name really intended. Samvangyas is the first place reminds us of Samavajis. We know that to the account of Fulichi or Vrijji by Yuan Shuang, a note is added by the commentator saying that Fu Lichi was in North India and the North people called it the Samavaji country. On this point, Beale, another historian, makes the following pertinent comment that the country of the Vrijis, और अच्छा व्रजवासी ब्रजबुली ये सब वर्ड यहीं से आया है क्या? The country of the Vrijis or Sama Vrijis, that is United Vrijis, was that of the confederated 8 tribes of the people called the Vrijis or Vajis, one of which vis-a-vis that of the Lichavis dwelt at Vaishali. Just as the 8 confederate clans of whom the Vajis were once the most important were called collectively the Samavajis or the United Vajis, it is not at all unreasonable to conjecture that there were some confederate clans in East Bengal who were similarly conglomerated under the collective term of Samavangiyas. Okay, another thing to notice here, people who have been following my Bangali Itihash live streams, do you notice that this is the exact way even Nihar Ranjan Roy has written his Bengali book? I think this was basically the sentence construction that was followed by historians of those days. Many times Nihar Ranjan Roy has said it like this, that মানে এইটা অনুমান করা পুরোপুরি ভুল নয় বা এইটা অনুমান করা পুরোপুরি অসত্য নয় বা পুরোপুরি হাস্যকর না, এরকম জিনিসপত্র আর কি, দ্যাট it's not completely unreasonable to conjecture. This shows that the most prominent of these at the beginning was the Vamgyas. So M is obviously Anuswara. Vamgyas, after whom the confederation was styled the Samavangiyas or the United Vangyas. The second point to be noted here is that the people of East Bengal are now called Vangas, and it may be asked, where was the necessity of coining a name which is an obvious derivative from it, namely Vangya? If we now turn it to Vagu, is that Vagu? What that letter is destroyed. And the Matsya Puranas, and study the chapters dealing with Bhuvana Rinyasa, we find that they mention the two allied clans, Pravangas and Vangevas. I see. Probongo or Bongeo. Okay, Bongeo or Probongo. Pravangas and Vangevas. V is probably Y, Antastya. But be it noted that there is none which has been called Vanga. Secondly, the second of these names, namely Vangya, comes so close to the Vangya of our inscription that our inscription being earlier than any of these Puranas and being a genuine record of its time, Vangya must doubtlessly be considered to be the original name Vangya, and the reading Vangya of the Puranas thus becomes a corrupt format or the Apabhrangsha form of it. Okay, now one point to note here is that even if Aryan culture, Brahmanic culture did not reach Bengal, so-called, even if the worship of Shiva in Mahasthan is probably not Aryan enough, or not Brahminical enough, or not Hindu enough, even then, the biggest takeaway from this, what I've read so far in this article, is that look at how they were treating us. Okay, the Mauryans were treating the so-called outsider state as an administrative, and they were running it better, and they were treating it better than how Mughals treated this place and the people of this place when they were actually ruling it directly by living here. Okay, that is the point to note. British, when they were ruling it as if it's their direct culture, and there were lots of Christians here, Muslims, when Islam was spreading to this place, even then they were treating these places, the Muslims and the Christians were treating these places worse than how it was being treated by the so-called Brahmins and Aryans, when Brahmanism and Aryanism had not even apparently been spread to this place. So, which is more respectable? Which culture should we identify with? If at all there are multiple options to choose from. Okay. So Vangya is the ancient name. Vangya must doubtlessly be considered to be the original name, and the reading Vangya of the Puranas thus become a corrupt form of it. Again, the fact that Pravangas are coupled with Vangyas, wrongly called Vangeyas, in these early Puranas shows that they were confederated clans and fell under Samavangyas. I had never heard this word. And further, the reference to the Samavangyas in connection with Pundra Nagara goes to indicate that the Pundras also belong to the Samavangya confederacy. And just as in the time of the Buddha, the capital of the Just as in the time of the Buddha, the capital of the Samavajji Confederacy was Vaishali, which was the headquarters not of the Vajjis but of the Lichavis, who were then prominent. It seems that in the time of our inscription, the capital of the Samavangyas was Pundranagara, which was the headquarters not of the Vangyas but of the Pundras, after whom it was undoubtedly called Pundranagara, and which is today in Bangladesh. This was insane. Okay, how many of you all are online? And we are, depending on that, we will start the live stream now discussing the James Lindsey video, which was also suggested by another viewer, of his description of Marxism. Okay, 12 people are online, so it's fair enough for me. We will now do a live video reaction of Marxism. Okay, let me check some comments again. Darun sleep schedule to Dada? Yes, because I don't have a soundproof room, so I have to make music in the middle of the night. It's absolutely beautiful, and I get to see the morning, the early mornings, etc. Those are also nice. Hi Noy, hey Bhagavan. Yes. Bengalis have become too cocked and Islamized even in several parts of Bengal. Many Bengalis do puja even on Hindu festivals after the namaz or before they bend over backwards for Muslims. Why? Because they have been living as a subjugated class in this state, as second class, third class citizens for about 400 years, right? When did the Pal dynasty end? The Palas and Senas were the last non-Muslim rulers of this land. After that, it has been ruled by Muslims. And that's why in 1757, when the Battle of Plassey was held, it was seen upon as a joyous occasion by Bengali Hindus. All Bengali Hindu businessmen funded British people. They funded Mir Jafar. कि अच्छा मारो वो अरे कौन था Mir Jafar का opposite में? अरे I forgot this king's name, who was the last Muslim king before the British came to power. Okay, anyway, you all know who I'm talking about, right? So even that guy was an evil Muslim king. He used to take up women and children used to go bathing in the ponds after doing the day's cooking, etc. And his men used to stand by those ponds to take away these naked Bengali women to their harems. So when Jagat Sheth, people like him and the British people and they found an ally in Mir Jafar, that we have to end this person's rule and bring in the British, they decided that yes, fine, at least this fucker has to go away. So Battle of Plassey was absolutely seen as a victory for Bengali Hindus. It's because while writing technical papers, we write negative hypothesis and not positive hypothesis. As in, this answer is not incorrect or this answer is incorrect. Yes. Bengal Suba was wealthiest in subcontinent. How? Because of how fertile this land is. Just look at places like Malda, where I saw it in a TV news channel report. Even Anand Ranganathan tweeted on this: Bengali Hindus bend over backwards to accommodate, but Muslims bully Bengali Hindus more. Malda is a deeply Islamized place. Malda ka baat chhod do. I thought you were talking about Kolkata. So yeah, Sirajuddaula, yes. So Malda is absolutely, it makes sense that will happen in Malda. Look at the 2011 census. Malda was Muslim majority in 2011. What do you think it is in 2023? So don't be surprised at all. Hindus are absolutely paying jizya and living at the mercy of Muslims in most places in Bengal and especially in Malda. Read the kind of treatment Amir Khusro mentions that Muslim officers should give for Hindus when they come to collect taxes from. You will understand why. Yes, Mir Jafar was sympathetic to Bengali Hindus. I don't know about that. Maybe you do know. I don't know specifically whether he was sympathetic or not, but he was ready to ally with Bengali Hindus. That much I know. My family members came to Kolkata from Maharashtra and they were shocked in their first thought. The city is stuck in time like British era decade. Yes. That's why Anandamath destroys. Yes. Which is why Vande Mataram was the call to rise of Hindu nationalism, which is in line with Sri Aurobindo's idea of nationalism. For us, Sanatan Dharma is nationalism. And some people chose communism, some people chose Nazism. We have to be in the Bankim Chandra Sri Aurobindo line of thought. And also some people chose Raja Ram Mohan Roy. But people who did choose communism also chose Raja Ram Mohan Roy. So anytime you see someone defending Raja Ram Mohan Roy with all his guts, you know that he's a descendant of that thought process. But we have the other guys to choose from here. Anandamot, Anandamot ends Muslim rule but accepts English rule reluctantly in an attempt to establish Hindu Rashtra. Yeah. A vehicle for someday having a Hindu Rashtra. In entire Bengal, Hindus bend over backwards to accommodate Muslims. And yes, just like I told you, who asked this? Yeah. So, Goddank XP. So, even today, I am not harshly critical of the government or the Pattharbazes. Why? Because I'll get killed. It's the daily reality of the day. And what I was saying in one of my Bengali live streams, I don't know if you are Bengali, but no one fears Muslims more than Bengali liberals. Okay, remember this forever and ever. The biggest Islamophobes, it's actually phobia if it's an irrational fear, so it's not a phobia per se, but biggest fearers of Islam and Muslims are Bengalis and Bengali liberals, Bengali communists. Because in any Bengali home that you go, at least in the city, and even some places in the mofusils and suburbs, anytime you speak of Islam or Muslims doing something bad or something that you have remotely a complaint against, what your elders will tell you at home, even if they don't follow politics, even if they are not exactly CPIM supporters, Trinamool supporters, etc., even if they have no specific reading of history, their civilizational memory is what happens when you talk about Islam in front of them, which is, they say, speak softly. Anytime you bring up Islam or Muslims in Bengali families, your elders will say, aste kotha bol, okay, ba aste bol, okay, va, kimva, aste bol, okay, dheere bolo. Only when we speak of Muslims, not when we speak of Christians, not when we speak of Hitler, America, imperialism, okay. When we speak of Muslims, we are supposed to speak in soft tones. And when this is said and espoused and propagated by people who don't really follow politics, etc., history, who have Muslim friends, so-called, who think Muslims are just nice people, when it is espoused even by these people, then you can understand what is the level of atrocities we have faced in Bengal. Because we did not have a Hindu leadership for about 400-500 years, ever since the Pal dynasty went to hell. Okay. So that should tell you the kind of deep civilizational fear we have of Muslims. Okay. The fear of Muslims is ingrained, it's injected in our veins. Okay. And if anyone is coming out of it, anyone has resisted it, it's to their gigantic credit. No one outside Bengal understands what is there to fear about Muslims than Bengal. Look at fucking Kerala. They have embraced it. They are sucking dicks of Muslims basically all day long. Keralian Hindus and the communist Hindus of Kerala. Okay. And Ram Mohan Roy wanted English rule to rule in India to end Muslim rule. No. Ram Mohan Roy, I don't think, had any significant opinion on that. He just wanted Indians to learn English and get a job and end of story. There is another inscription of Lakhon Sen in the same book, but it's much more boring compared to the Mahasthan one. Basically, it's about giving land grant to Brahmins. Okay. Vande Mataram and the concept of modern Bharat Mata is inspired by the overarching Shakta culture of Bengal. Yes, because Mata. Mir Jafar is not traitor according to Sanjay Dixit, as he helped Hindus to defeat Sirajuddaula and free Hindus from his torture. Yes. But the logic is bad. Even if we establish Hindu Rashtra somehow avoiding getting colonized, we could have learned science and technology like Japanese way. Marathas would have surely did that. Here to learn, of course you are right 100%, but what they wanted, not Ram Mohan Roy, but what others thought, that let's bring colonizers and then maybe we can have a Hindu Rashtra someday. Even they were not wrong, I would say, because they did not know that people like Raja Ram Mohan Roy will come up with this insane idea that just learn English and get a job. Okay. Because they were not doing that. They were not propagating those things. So, when they are arguing that let's bring Hindu Rashtra someday by bringing in the colonizers for now, they don't know that they are saying that, yeah, we are all going to read Hindu scriptures daily. We are going to be fluent in Sanskrit and fluent in Bengali. तो आधा काम जो यहाँ पे हुआ colonizers को लाके उसमें से डाइवर्ट कर दिया तो राजा राम मोहन रॉय के थॉट प्रोसेस ने, उसके स्कूल ऑफ थॉट ने, इसलिए प्रॉब्लम हो गया. नहीं तो व्हाट्स द प्रॉब्लम? Colonizers bring in, our mind is fully resisting British education, Christian education, because we are learning Sanskrit, and then we learn English just for getting jobs, and also parallelly we do these things without being blamed for casteism and sati pratha. So that is what it should have been ideally. But then also there is another argument, which may be also a defense of Raja Ram Mohan Roy, that he was a product of his times, and he did see that anyone interested in Sanskrit was practicing untouchability to a very harsh extent, to a large extent, and doing probably evil things that we today call casteism. Okay, not just वर्ण व्यवस्था तो सिस्टम है, उसका साइड इफेक्ट क्या है, उसका इज्म क्या है, उसका इज्म है प्रॉपरली कास्टिज्म. ओके, तुम शूद्रा हो, भागो यहाँ से. ओके, तो ये शूद्रा का शैडो के आसपास भी नहीं जाएंगे. ये चुतियापा जब किया जा रहा था तो वो देख के राजा राममोहन रॉय को लगा होगा कि अच्छा चलो भाई, तो ये पूरा सिस्टम को इग्नोर कर देते हैं, सब बैठ के इंग्लिश पढ़ो. तो नॉट एवरीवन इज ब्लेमलेस and not everyone is fully appreciable as well. Everyone had their reasons to believe in a particular thing. Holy shit, this is exactly what we do at home. When taking the name Muslim, we have to whisper literally, for nothing else we do this. I see. What ethnicity are you? Interesting. When Muslims in minority can bully Hindus, why can't Hindus bully Muslims back in minority? Get together, get arms, and give a befitting reply. Become the monster that others think Hindutva. This is where the blame of Ram Mohan Roy comes in. See, this can't be done because Hindus got insanely deracinated, have no understanding of unity, have no understanding that they have something to conserve in the first place. This was totally done because of Raja Ram Mohan Roy. If there was no Raja Ram Mohan Roy and only the Sri Aurobindo Bankim Chandra ethos was going on, and parallelly we were seeing that Muslims are oppressing us, then you would see a proper civil war. Ye nahi hua because of Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Even Richard Dawkins turned out to be hypocrite and said he will not criticize Islam. I thought this was a totally North Indian thing that you mentioned. I see. I thought this was a totally Bengali thing. My secular family had to leave their ancient home in Bangladesh. Stockholm syndrome made them embrace communists. Yes, yet my communist dad had to go outside communist Bengal to get. That's a story in every house in Bengal. So yeah, go outside communist Bengal to get a well-paid job. Yes. So yeah, they look at communism as a counter to Islam, of course, because okay, so we had to leave our homes because of a thing called religion. And राजा राम मोहन रॉय ने क्या समझा दिया कि उनका जो इथोस है, उस इथोस से क्या समझ में आया, दिमाग में घुसा कि इट्स नॉट जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ दैट स्पेसिफिक रिलीजन, इट्स बिकज ऑफ रिलीजन इन जनरल. দুপক্ষেই দোষ ছিল. ওকে, কিছু লোক ধর্ম নিয়ে রাজনীতি করে. ওকে, there were blame on both sides because some Muslims had to also leave their homes. अब क्या करे? So but who the fuck asked for it? Only one side asked for it, no? तो उतना हिस्ट्री तो पता नहीं है because of the Raja Ram Mohan Roy ethos. They thought British was lesser of the evil. Yeah. Now Hindus are slowly starting to raise their voice in North India. Yeah. Dawkins will not criticize because his organization and his friends are all far leftists and he's cucked as well. Yes. Preservation of Hindu culture became unimportant for Hindus because of English education. Yes. I have Punjabi, Himachali roots before partition, but migrating here and there since generations. I see. Okay. Okay. Now the other thing we have to discuss today. James Lindsey का Marxism का एक वीडियो है इंटरेस्टिंग, 28 मिनट का. किसने रिकमेंड किया था? वो ऑनलाइन हो क्या भाई? हाथ उठाओ जरा. After that we'll go offline because we can't do that thing today. वो संजय जेसाई दीपक वाला डिबेट हम आज देख नहीं पाएंगे, उसका एक सेपरेट लाइव स्ट्रीम होगा. James Lindsey Marx. Communists ask, what did Hindutva do in freedom struggle? Yes, a lot of Hindutvadis did not really want the British to go away or did not actively pursue it because they thought, okay, it's still a counterbalance to Islamic rule, because if these guys go away and Islam comes back, then we are fucked. So there is that. But Savarkar was not against British rule. So what did Hindutvadis do is specifically the question, and not what did each and every Hindutvadis do, then we have Savarkar. सावरकर ने क्या बोला है ब्रिटिश के खिलाफ, क्या किया है ब्रिटिश के खिलाफ, वो पढ़ लो, समझ लो, हो गया. Like even Shashi Tharoor says. Shashi Tharoor, as we discussed, is an honest critic. Shashi Tharoor says that if Savarkar had died in the prison, he would be treated as respectfully as any other freedom fighter. I think Dhimmism is not to be blamed for Raja Ram Mohan Roy, but Gandhi was also horrible. Yeah, both then. But Gandhi did not do the specific policy proposals that Ram Mohan Roy did. That forget Sanskrit. Sanskrit is just grammatical niceties. Okay, ये सब छोड़ो. Active criticism करके बोला कि English is better. That very specific direction was given by Raja Ram Mohan Roy, not by Gandhi. Okay. Yeah, this is the video. Let's see. Let's see how much he is right or wrong. Someone had recommended this video. Wait, let me put on my headphones. आज ज़्यादा लोग ऑनलाइन आए रात होने के बाद, अजीब बात है. Hello, yeah. Okay, still some comments are coming. Why was Quit India movement opposed? Probably because they thought Muslims will come back to power, as far as I can understand. Quit India movement was entirely a Gandhian movement, which they don't have a problem with, apparently. I do not know about Bengal, but here in North India, a churn is happening in Hindu society in India, so at least most of the fertile Hindus become far more Kattar Hindutwadis, and Hindus have a chance. Yeah, and of course, what you are talking about North India is also happening in Bengal as well, of which I am a result, and many people are, of which the result is that BJP gets 38%, 40% votes in Bengal, or 45, I forgot. So all that is happening in Bengal today. The principal opposition today is not communists. Okay, principal opposition used to be communists after Mamta came to power. And before Mamta came to power, Mamta was the principal opposition. Now BJP is the opposition. What has changed? Something has changed, no? And जिस कारण से नॉर्थ इंडिया में ये जागरण हो रहा है, वो सेम कारण से ही बंगाल में भी जागरण हो रहा है, ठीक है? विच इज़ पीपल लाइक संजय दीक्षित, अभिजीत चावड़ा, जेसाई दीपक, संजीव सान्याल, वही सेम हीरोज है. Sahibs 2 is coming in September. Yeah, there we'll get to learn, I hope. Okay, let's start this now.
Hello, thank you. I'm glad to be here. I want to address something Tom just said, which is, in fact, that woke is supposed to advance equity in Europe. So here's the definition of equity, and see if it sounds like a definition of anything else you've ever heard of. The definition of equity comes from the public administration literature. It was written by a man named George Frederickson. And the definition is an administered political economy in which shares are adjusted so that citizens are made equal. Does that sound like anything you've heard of before? Like socialism? They're going to...
Yeah, and see, this is what we had discussed in a previous live stream, that ये उनका इक्वलिटी करने के लिए सोशलिज्म चाहिए, इक्वलिटी करने के लिए कम्युनिज्म चाहिए, इक्वलिटी करने के लिए ये इक्विटी चाहिए, विच इज़ द इक्वलिटी ऑफ रिजल्ट्स, आउटकम्स, नॉट जस्ट इक्वलिटी ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी. ये सब हुआ है विथ बिकॉज ऑफ दैट इल्यूजन, दैट स्नेक ऑयल दैट इज सोल्ड इन एब्राहमिक फेथ्स ऑफ इक्वालिटी. ओके, यू आर इक्वल इन द आइज ऑफ गॉड जब बोलोगे, तब ये सब भी जस्टिफाइड है. हाउ इज दिस डिफरेंट फ्रॉम व्हाट क्रिश्चियन एपिस्टम टीचर्स और इस्लामिक एपिस्टम टीचर्स? तो इकोनॉमिक इक्वलिटी करते फिरो, गरीब क्यों होगा? सब टेस्ला लेके घूमेंगे, यही होगा इक्वलिटी के चक्कर में. दैट्स वाई आई डोंट लाइक द आइडिया ऑफ इक्वलिटी इन द फर्स्ट प्लेस. देयर इज नो इक्वलिटी ऑफ बर्थ, हार्डवर्क, एफर्ट, कुछ चीज़ का इक्वलिटी नहीं है. इक्वलिटी ऑफ ब्रेन न्यूट्रिशन का इक्वलिटी नहीं है, इक्वलिटी ऑफ IQ नहीं है, इक्वलिटी ऑफ फिजिकल हेल्थ नहीं है, इक्वलिटी ऑफ वर्कआउट नहीं है. तो सिर्फ और सिर्फ आउटकम कैसे इक्वल हो जाएगा? तो इक्वलिटी इज अ बुलशिट टारगेट टू हैव एनीवे. All we can best do is that the least privileged are not so underprivileged that they want to burn the system down. Okay, they don't burn the hierarchy down. Hierarchy होगा, hierarchy अच्छा है, hierarchy में सब prosper होता है. Which is why I always make fun of that phrase called rising income inequality. I always say it sarcastically because it's a bullshit fear mongering term. Rising income inequality का मतलब क्या है? कल तक पूरे देश में सबका सैलरी था 10 रुपये, 20 रुपये, 30 रुपये. आज किसी का सैलरी है 150 रुपये, किसी का सैलरी है 80 रुपये. तो 80 और 200-250 में राइजिंग इनकम इनइक्वालिटी हो सकता है, मगर कोई भी आज 20-30 रुपये नहीं कमा रहा है. दैट्स स्टिल बेटर. ओके, लेट्स चेक सम कमेंट्स अगेन. बट बीजेपी टुक read R.C. Majumdar's critique of the Quit India movement. When will I read R.C. Majumdar? So much to read, man. But BJP took too many same people of some other parties, including Shubhendu. I don't hope any major change would come like that. Okay, this is what you all need to understand, people, especially who are outside Bengal as well. You all need to hammer this in your head. Every societies, which we had discussed in the Bengali live stream as well, when I did recent Bangalir Itihas first live stream, that every society, uska jo representatives hoga, they will be representative of the society itself and even in quality. Okay. So a society that creates JSI Deepak is not going to be the society, not going to be the same as any other society. JSI Deepak is a product of a very specific society. तो बंगाल में के अन्नामलाई जेसाई दीपक कब आएगा ये बैठने का टाइम हमारे पास नहीं है. You all need to get this, that Shubhendu Adhikari is absolutely has to be the undisputed leader now, because even Dilip Ghosh is too polite according to me and does not have that kind of mass appeal because he never had that kind of mass appeal. Shubhendu Adhikari का advantage है कि वो उसका mass appeal already था as a Trinamool leader, and he is now just converting that mass appeal into mass appeal for BJP. He's transferring those votes, but इस बीच में ये हो जाएगा कि it's not like they are just random Trinamool people who are getting into BJP just for benefit's sake. It's not that, because those party workers are reading BJP papers, BJP literature, and their YouTube, Facebook algorithm is also now getting attuned to all these pro-Hindutva ideas कि देखो रविन्द्रनाथ ने ये बोला था, सावरकर ने एक्चुअली ये किया था, राम मोहन रॉय ने ये प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर दिया, देखो इस्लामिक इन्वेजन्स की वजह से ये सब हुआ. These things which were not known by all those Trinamool supporters who were supporters of Shubhendu now are going to get to know all these as well. So Shubhendu Adhikari's leadership is first and foremost insanely important because of the mass popularity he has. Second of all, it's not, you don't have to be absolutely skeptical about it, because those people are their heads are also going to turn into pro-Hindutva ideas as well. And secondly, BJP has no choices. Beggars can't be choosers. And also, let me tell you this. When I was in college and we had a Trinamool union, of course, because I joined college in 2011, and in 2011 all Trinamool Congress came to power, and all the student unions immediately in the entire state became Trinamool magically, as if the college students voted for Trinamool Chhatra Parishad all of a sudden while voting for SFI all these years. No, they came to power because of power and strength, because again my mic is creating a problem, because SFI was not even able to contest elections in most colleges. That's what happened in our college as well. But the Trinamool Chhatra Parishad, the union heads in those days used to say and speak among themselves that they have more respect for even Shubhendu Adhikari than Mamata Banerjee. Can you believe that? They used to say there is only one tiger in West Bengal, one tiger in entire Trinamool, and he is Shubhendu Adhikari. He was the pioneer of the Trinamool Chhatra Parishad movement. He was the one behind whom every young Trinamool person, Trinamool guy or girl was ready to line up. And उस आदमी को बीजेपी ने उठा लिया. Can you believe the amount of annoyance that creates to BJP? So you have to be happy with BJP. There's no way around it. Okay. But BJP, okay. People are starting to realize the adverse impact of rampant missionary activity and blatant anti-Hindu action of Dravidian parties, especially DMK. Yeah. It's happening in Maharashtra also. Otherwise, nobody was talking about Hindus. Even Sharad Pawar never used to take name of Shivaji Maharaj as it might affect his vote bank in his sabhas. Forget income inequality. These days, they are more concerned with wealth inequality. Yes. Yeah, Chodna Samaj. Yes. Equality is myth. Definition of civilization is differentiation of labor, and so all professions can never be equal in terms of respect and earning. Yes, I have heard Shubhendu in younger days part of Ram Janmabhoomi type Hindu cause. Is it so? Was he in favor of Ram Janmabhoomi? Because back then Trinamool was in favor of was an ally of BJP. Maybe that's why, right? I don't think he was a very pro Hindutva person in any way, but he is a devout Hindu. At least he comes from a line of Hindu families. His surname is Adhikari for a reason. Okay, but that is not my concern here. Even if he was a raving Marxist lunatic, even then we would have to make do with Shubhendu Adhikari only, because of his mass appeal and the mass. He is not sitting there and checking out Sanjay Dixit's video all day, right? But his supporters who are specifically voting for him, which made him defeat goddamn Mamata Banerjee in his constituency. Those people are sitting at home and seeing only Hindutva things in their algorithm. That much I can guarantee you. And that's a huge shift for a lot of people in Bengal. And that's very useful and important.
Administer an economy to make shares equal. The only difference between equity and socialism is the type of property that they redistribute, the type of shares. They're going to redistribute social and cultural capital in addition to economic and material capital. And so this is my thesis when we say, what is woke? Woke is Maoism with American characteristics, if I might borrow from Mao himself, who said that his philosophy was Marxism, Leninism with Chinese characteristics, which means woke is Marxism. And it's a very provocative statement.
It's not entirely correct. There is another aspect to this, which is cultural Marxism, specifically that Pierre Bourdieu way of thinking, Antonio Gramsci, Pierre Bourdieu, that along with Maoism, that's wokeism.
It's something you will certainly hear it is not, that it is different. And the professors and the philosophers will spend a large amount of time explaining to you why. No, it's about economics when it's Marxism. This is social, this is cultural, this is different. It's not different. I need you to think biologically for one moment, and I don't mean about your bodies. We could do that. That's a different topic. I want you to think how we organize plants and animals when we study them. They're species, but above species there are the genus of the animals. So you think like the cats, all the cats, but you have tigers, you have lions, you have house cats, you have whatever, leopards, many different kinds of cats. If we think of Marxism as a genus of ideological thought, then classical economic Marxism is a species, radical feminism is a species in this same genus, critical race theory is a species in this genus, queer theory is a species in this genus, post-colonial theory that's plaguing Europe is a species in this genus, and they have something that binds them together called intersectionality that makes them treated as if they are all.
And this is what I think I am proposing, but not many right-wingers in India, not many right-wingers in West are getting. Only some friends of Rajiv Malhotra have understood this. There is a point of alliance possible between the West and Indian right-wingers, Hindutwadis, because what they are facing today because of post-colonialism, now that they are suddenly waking up to the fact that अरे patriots कहाँ गए? हर फैमिली में भोसरी वाला बोल रहा है कि अमेरिका बहुत खराब है, हमने imperialism किया है, हमने racism किया है, हमने slavery किया है. That's happening only in the last 1 or 2 generations, right? We have had that for 70 years. So we are victims of the same enemy, post-colonialism. और American right-wingers को अब लग रहा है कि that these post-colonialists are specifically against Western ideas. बाकी as if these post-colonial dumb fucks are defending Hinduism. They don't, and as a counter to that, Douglas Murray is writing books against casteism. Okay, this is what Abhijit Iyer Mitra said very rightly, that these new Western conservatives who are writing things against post-colonialism, okay, are basically rising up to things that have been espoused by Pakistanis in general, or Muslims, and some Marxist Hindus. But it's not what directly Hindus always said about them. Hindus are ready to be Christianized and Westernized. So they are directing their hate on Hindus of today, whereas the hate should be towards specifically post-colonialists. Whatever they are facing, disrespect for the country, disrespect for their religion, disrespect for their culture, disrespect for their flag, they are seeing it only in the last 10 years, 15 years. We have been seeing it for 80 years. So hamara unity possible hai because our enemy is same. And after all, we do believe in rule of law, and others don't.
All one thing. But the logic is Marxist. And I want to convince you of that. Because Marx had a very simple proposition, but we get lost. We think that Marx was talking about economics because he often talked about economics. He wrote a book called Capital. It's a very famous book. And we think, well, this is about economic theory. But this isn't true. It's only true on the surface. If we go below the surface, what Marx was talking about was something different. We know what Marx's hypothesis was that we must seize the means of production if we were going to bring socialism to the nations, to the world. We have to seize the means of production. So we have to ask, what does he mean? And if we think that it's about capital, then we miss what he means. If you think it's about the means of production in the factory with a hammer, and the means of production in the field with a sickle, then you miss what it means. Because Marx explained what makes human beings special in his earlier writings. And what makes human beings special is that man is a being that is incomplete and knows that he is incomplete. He is a man whose true nature has been forgotten to him, which is social being. He is a socialist at heart who doesn't realize it. And the reason he doesn't realize it is because of the economic conditions operating as a means of construction or production, not just of the economy, but of him, but of man, of society, and particularly of history. Marx said that he had the first scientific study of history. How was history produced? By man, doing man's activity. And man's key activity was economic activity, as he saw it. And so economic production doesn't just produce the goods and services of the economy, it produces society itself. And society, in turn, produces man. He called this the inversion of praxis. And so when he says we must seize the means of production, and he's talking about factories and fields, he's actually talking about how we construct who we are as human beings so that we might complete ourselves, so that we might complete history. And at the end of history, mankind will remember that he is a social being, and we will have a socialist society, a perfect communism that transcends private property, is how he put it. He said, in fact, that communism is the transcendence of private property as human self-estrangement. That's a quote from the Economic Philosophic Manuscripts, 1844.
Actually, this is a point where we must remember that any solution or any problem that has the word social at the left of it is probably a bullshit idea. Okay, everything cannot be designated as social. So most things which are called, it's a social problem, a ragging is social problem. Okay, is not really a social problem, and therefore social justice, okay, social welfare, all of this is a pure horseshit. It can't be social. What they mean is societal. Maybe a lot of them mean it unconsciously societal, but they say it social because people who actually know the difference between societal and social, they have deliberately termed it social and not societal. Societal means पूरे society में हर जगह में ये problem in some magnitudes or the other does percolate. Okay, like casteism is societal. Okay, society में हर economic class में और या फिर हर जगह में थोड़ा बहुत casteism हो रहा था और हो रहा है, but it's not really a social problem. Maybe it's social as well, maybe, but not everything is social. Ragging is not social. It's not even a societal problem. When anything is classified as social, it means that you are trying to shift the blame on someone else. If a solution is social, that means even if it does not affect me, even if it does not affect me remotely, now we have to give extra taxes for that goddamn problem. So always if anything is claimed to be social, always think about it. Check it out whether it's really social or it's just societal. Okay, any comments? No.
So Marx was interested in controlling, or understanding and controlling, how man produces himself. And he writes about this exclusively in the 1840s, very deeply. How do we do this? And he looks at the economic conditions and he says, this is where it is. And that's why we get economic Marxism, and that's why we think Marx was an economist. But Marx was never an economist. He was a theologian. He wanted to produce a religion for mankind that would supersede all of the religions of mankind and bring him back to his true social nature.
Yes, 100%. And this is why anyone who is opposing, any politician, any ground level worker who is opposing Marxism, leftist thinking anywhere, which is BJP basically in Bengal, because they think Marxism is only done by CPM, because most of their followers also believe in free shit. So they have to counter it just the way a religion has to be countered. Unless, otherwise it's going to be a big problem. There are specific ways to counter specific things, right? There are best practices for every war. So the way you counter a political party is not the way you counter a religion. Okay, that needs to be understood. The way you counter a political party is you say that this party is corrupt. Pani nahi aa raha hai, raste kharab hai. That's not how you counter a religion. You have to counter a religion by coming up with your counter religion or by saying that your religion is better. वही करना होगा बंगाल में. Marxism is a religion. Leftist politics is a religion. Trinamool is Marxist. Communists are Marxist. Congressis are Marxist. Punjabis are Marxist. Everyone is Marxist. And they have to counter on the basis of this religion that they have ingrained, and their Kula Devta being Karl Marx and their Kula Devi being Judith Butler. Okay. Let's check the comment. Much of Marx's observations were accurate, but his solutions for those issues were bad. There's a debate to be had whether his observations were correct in the first place, because his premises are faulty most of the times.
And this is the true fact of Marx. And what the goal was, like I said, is to complete man. So what he said is, well, how are we building man currently? All of his economic analysis is about how are we building man at present through what he called material determinism. And he said, well, what we have is a special form of private property in our society. Our society is organized around private property. And so all of our thoughts organize around private property. In other words, there's a special kind of property that the bourgeois elite class has access to, and then they organize society to exclude everybody else from access to that property through exploitation, through alienation, through estrangement, through oppression. And so what Karl Marx was proposing is that economics becomes a vehicle to separate society into a bourgeois class that has access to a special form of property. The people who have access wish to retain that, so they oppress people and keep other people out of that special form of property. They erect a system of classism to do that. It's enforced by an ideology called capitalism that believes that this is the right way to engage in the world. And what we have to do is awaken the underclass, the proletariat, to the real conditions and the fact that they are historical agents of change, and bring them to do a revolution and transform society so that we would have equity or socialism, whichever word you want. They have the same definition. Now let's say that we step out, we step back from this species, this economic species, Homo economicus, and we step back to the genus, and we look at this idea, a special form of property that segregates society into people who have, the bourgeois, and the people who do not have, who are in class conflict with an ideology that keeps this in place. And the underclass must awaken with consciousness to fight back and to seize the means of production of that form of deterministic property. And now we say, change out class, put in race, and watch, we get critical race theory falls out of the hat.
Yeah, this is where cultural Marxism comes into play. Okay, now let me check some comments again. Did you read about hilarious meltdown of liberals due to Ashoka University professor resigning? No, I don't know. Why did he resign? Socialism is also uniquely collectivist, like a religion. Yes, that is why there is hardly difference in opinion within leftists, similar to Abrahamics. There is no difference of opinion, but there is difference of agreeing to who is really a socialist. Because they are always looking for their heretics. Okay, you are not leftist enough. That thing always goes on, or you are a sellout. Yeah. So, but when they do have difference in opinion, they absolutely despise those who think differently. Yes. And so Marxism breaks into different sects like Islam, Christianity did before. Yes. How was the property made? Did it emerge out of nothing? Was there some hard work, merit in accumulating the property? No, there was not. It was all because of privilege. Which is why I'm saying a lot of Marx's premises are faulty to begin with. Therefore, his diagnosis of the problem is also pretty flimsy. And this is why I've heard this argument in so many contexts, from so many people, right? That it's all because of privilege. So now my counter argument to those people is that, okay then, follow their parents only. Anyone you appreciate in front of a Marxist, they will say that, privilege हो गया. तो उसके बाप के तरह बनो, उसके बाप के बारे में विकिपीडिया में पढ़ लो, उसके माँ बाप ने क्या क्या किया था, फिर वो फॉलो करो. Don't be inspired by the son or the daughter then. Okay. You think it all happened because of the parents. Go do what their parents did. Do it for your children. Let's see what happens.
Just like that. Very simple. In 1993, Cheryl Harris wrote a long article for the Harvard Law Review called Whiteness as Property. She explained that whiteness, or white privilege, constitutes a kind of cultural private property. She says it must be abolished in order to have racial justice. Just like Karl Marx said that in the Communist Manifesto, he wrote, communism can be summarized in a single sentence, the abolition of private property. Well, this is why critical race theory calls to abolish whiteness, because whiteness is a form of private property. People who have access to this property are whites or white adjacent, or they act.
You know who white adjacent is, right? Vivek fucking Ramaswamy is white adjacent. Okay. Here to Learn is asking an important question. Why stupid ideologies spread so far and wide? There are two reasons. One is because, again, people thought this is just another way to counter British colonialism. Because British colonialism जो कि लाया गया था to counter Muslims, and वो गया नहीं, वो खुद oppressive बन गया. अब उसके वजह से जो problems create हुए, उसमें से एक solution, one of the three solutions was leftism, okay, communism, socialism, etc. The other option being Hindutva nationalism and then Nazism as well. But the other reason is that, see, Marxism is in general a call to action for all people who operate on the basis of sympathy, not rational thinking, logical thinking, a holistic way to approach to any information. Okay, it's all about sympathy, and it's all about, and not even empathy, it's purely sympathy. And why do some people approach something on the basis of 100% just sympathy? First of all, women do that because it's their motherly instinct to do that, because of their hormone called estrogen, which men don't have. Men have less of it and women have more of it, and women have less of testosterone and women have more of estrogen. And we have more testosterone and then less estrogen. It's not that we don't have any of the other, okay? But it's the woman's motherly thinking to think that any situation, anywhere a person is suffering, it's possible to help them out in any magical fashion, and they must have had something bad done to them. So let's just help them out. So it's the very feminine way of looking at the world. And feminine ways of looking at the world has become more and more and more popular ever since the comfort world has set in and physical might is not that big of a concern. But why did so many men take it up? Because they were planning to do violence with it anyway. Because I will be sympathetic, tum kaise rokoge? But other than that, people do have a sympathy because of another reason, which might be the reason why men as well, a lot of men and some women also joined communism and identified with communism because of this outlook towards sympathy, which is also known as the soft bigotry of low expectations. Okay, some people are so superior that they don't even discriminate against the lower person. Okay, Brahmins who are saying that tu shudra hai, tu rasta se hat, is actively saying that yes, I know you are so low that you are unclean and so get out of my way. But what the left is telling poor people is that I am inherently, consciously or subconsciously, I know that I am so superior that I don't even expect you to improve. Therefore take some money. Tumse nahi ho paega. Tumse na ho paega. That's the idea. That is the soft bigotry of low expectations. That also causes and leads people to have a worldview based only and only on sympathy. And basically Abrahamism is based only on sympathy. कि मुझे पता है तुम अंधकार में हो, ठीक है, तुम्हें नहीं पता है, मैं लाऊंगा तुम्हें रोशनी में, इस्लाम की रोशनी में हो या क्रिश्चियनिटी के पियर्सिंग वेल ऑफ क्रिश्चियनिटी, दैट्स ऑल द सेम. You are in darkness and I have to save you from darkness because I have so much sympathy for you. Okay, and that is an offshoot of that Abrahamic sympathy based thinking is Marxism. That is why Marxism and leftist politics in general has to be countered in a way that you would counter a religion, not just a political ideology or a political party. तो ये सिंपैथी का चक्कर है. सिंपैथी जहाँ पे है कुछ और बहुत से लोगों का ये सिग्नल थ्योरी भी होता है कि मैं एक्चुअली हैप्पी हूँ कि नहीं हूँ, ये वो गया भाड़ में, मुझे इंस्टाग्राम में दिखाना है कि मैं हैप्पी हूँ, ठीक है. इसे सिग्नल थ्योरी कहते हैं. और इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में हम बात कर सकते हैं वर्च्यू सिग्नलिंग का, कि वर्च्यू है कि नहीं पता नहीं, मगर मैं वर्च्यू सिग्नलिंग करके ब्लैक लाइव्स मैटर का डीपी डाल दूंगा, ठीक है. तो ये भी एसोसिएटेड है वो सिंपैथी कॉन्टेक्स्ट के साथ, क्योंकि ये इजी है, ये आसान है करना, ठीक है. ब्लैक्स का क्यों हाल खराब है, बोल दो वाइट लोगों की वजह से. वाइट लोगों का देश है, मगर वाइट लोगों का एवरेज ईयरली इनकम है $65,000 और वाइट एडजेसेंट इंडियंस का इनकम है $1 lakh पर ईयर. तो क्या होगा, बंदूक गलत जगह पे रखोगे, you'll never introspect what exactly is going wrong. Why are Shudras and Pasmandas mostly poor today? Why? Because of Brahmins. That's the lazy way of thinking, and that's the sympathetic way of thinking, and that's the soft bigotry of low expectations way of thinking, and that's the Abrahamic sympathy way of thinking. Ke, no, you don't know you are oppressed. I know you are oppressed. Now come with me. Aao roshni mein. So there are so many reasons basically why this gets popular, because it's easy to do. It's sympathetic. Tum sympathy dikha do, ho gaya kam. Victimhood. Virtue signaling takes less time and brain cells. Yes.
White. These are words out of the American lexicon that they've used to describe how people gain access to the private property. People without that are people of color, and they are oppressed by systemic racism. Systemic racism is enforced by an ideology of white supremacy instead of capitalism. If you think of whiteness as a form of cultural capital, white supremacy as they define it is identical to capitalism. It's the belief, it's not believing that white people are superior, it's believing that white people have access to the control of society and should maintain that, even if you don't actually believe that. If you merely support that, you have adopted the ideology of white supremacy into your mind. And so you have the exact same system. And the goal is to awaken a racial consciousness in people so that they will band together as a class and seize the means of cultural production so that white cultural production is no longer the dominant mode. It's a big mystery in Europe, I know, in the UK, throughout Europe, I hear this question again and again. Why on earth is this very American phenomenon about slavery and so on that doesn't apply to our country? Why is it popular here? It's because it's not about history at all. It's not about slavery at all. Those are excuses that they use. It's about creating a class consciousness that's against this form of property called whiteness, that's against the dominant culture that may just be a matter of fact, say, if you're in Europe. That's why. Because it becomes a site by which people can come together and they can channel resentment and try to claim power. I wrote a book called Race Marxism, and I define
This is the similarity of Marxism with religion. So this is where it's their religious get-together spot. This is where they come to a holy spot and chant and pray.
Find critical race theory as it really is in that book on the first page. I said that critical race theory is calling everything you want to control racist until you control it. But couldn't we say the same about Marxism? It's calling everything you want to control bourgeois until you control it. But those mean the same thing. They mean exactly the same thing. But what about, say, queer theory?
This is kind of circular reasoning bolte hain jisko, which was said by Nietzsche, and he was kind of wrong to say that, as said by Sir Roger Scruton, that Nietzsche had said that there can be no absolute truth, and that statement is flawed because, okay, then if there can be no absolute truth, can the statement that there can be no absolute truth is true at all? Then even that statement is not true. Okay. Yes, the whole workers' rights movement is based on this emotional manipulation. Yes, I am telling you. Just ये किसान नेताओं को, देश में जो जितने बड़े बड़े किसान नेता हैं और लेबर यूनियन के नेता हैं, इन सबको 5 साल के लिए सिर्फ हाउस अरेस्ट में रखो, कोई अत्याचार मत करो, हाउस अरेस्ट में रखो, पिज्ज़ा बर्गर खिलाओ और देखो 5 साल में क्या क्या हो जाता है इंडियन फार्मर्स का और लेबरर्स का. You all know this, right? Musk is hated for not allowing unions in the Tesla factory, but his workers get paid on an average more than any Ford or GM worker. You all know this, right? And even I came to know this when Biden came to power, and he did this big gathering or seminars of sorts, a meetup between the president and people who are making EV, electric vehicles, okay? और उस मीटिंग में बेंचोत इलॉन मस्क को नहीं बुलाया जो बाइडन ने, ठीक है, जो कि पूरा हड़ता करता है, हु इज एट द फोरफ्रंट ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स, उसको अमेरिका के प्रेसिडेंट ने नहीं बुलाया. क्यों? क्योंकि दोज यूनियंस which are functional in Ford and GM, they are biggest donors of Democratic Party, okay? And when even Elon Musk has been pushed about it, and you all know, anyone who has read any economics or has read Thomas Sowell will know exactly how this works. When let's say I'm a guy who allows unions to function, and people in my company get together and negotiate with me, the CEO, that they'll get a salary of 10 rupees, okay? मगर उसमें से उसको हाथ में मिलता है 7 रुपये 6 रुपये, क्योंकि 2-3 रुपये तो पूरा ये जो यूनियन मशीनरी है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, वो मेंटेन करने में चला जाएगा. यूनियन के मेंबर्स कौन होंगे, यूनियन का हेड कौन होगा, बात में प्रोटेस्ट कौन करेगा, प्रोटेस्ट का ऑफिस कहाँ होगा, प्रोटेस्ट में होर्डिंग, बैनर, फेस्टून्स कहाँ से आएगा, उसका प्रिंटिंग का खर्चा कहाँ से आएगा. ये जो मशीनरी है प्रोटेस्ट का, वो आता है वो जो $10 नेगोशिएट कर लिया, क्या बात है, उसमें से आता है, ठीक है. तो वर्कर 7 रुपये लेके घर जाता है, और यूनियन वालों को तो लेबर नहीं बनना है, यूनियन का खुद का बिग लीगल फीस भी है, यहाँ वहाँ लोगों को सू करते फिरेंगे, और इंडिया में तो उनका गुंडा बदमाश भी रखना पड़ेगा. तो ये सब का सब सैलरी यूनियन नेगोशिएटेड सैलरी से आएगा. मगर मस्क बोल रहा है कि तुमको हम नहीं देंगे 10 रुपये, तुम 8 रुपये रखो, ठीक है. तो ऑन एन एवरेज मोस्ट पीपल गो अराउंड विथ 8 rupees 9 rupees salary in Tesla, but whereas other people who have officially negotiated 10 rupees salary go home with 7 rupees, because they have to basically give zakat to the union. And that's why Marxism again is a religion. However, don't you think if workers, employees do not fight for their rights, they can be exploited by owners? I am not supporting unions because but there can be certain regulations. Very good question, and there I have a answer to this. See, the first and foremost basic principle of free market, or anyone who will counter you is with that basic principle is that if a worker is really not getting what he wants to, what he thinks he should be paid, if his skill is that much in demand, he has the option to go into another company, right? But the problem arises if companies are really, let's say, have an understanding in between them that we will keep wages suppressed. Okay, हम 15 रुपये से ऊपर सैलरी नहीं देंगे किसी को, मगर तुम्हें लगता है कि तुम्हारा 18 रुपये 20 रुपया सैलरी होना चाहिए, तो तुम जाओगे कहाँ पे? जहाँ भी जाओगे तुमको 15 रुपये में ही काम करना पड़ेगा, मगर ये काम करना एक्चुअली इलीगल है. और ये एनफोर्स करना कि कंपनीज अपने आप में ये कल्यूजन ना कर पाए, जिसको कार्टेलाइजेशन बोलते हैं, ये कार्टेलाइजेशन इलीगल है और ये कार्टेलाइजेशन ना हो, ये देखने का काम गवर्नमेंट का है. Which is why the Chanakyan state is a strong state which functions and does what it is supposed to do and lets other people do what they are supposed to do. मगर हमारा बैंडेड क्या कहता है कि नहीं हमको सैलरी कम मिल जाएगा, इसलिए बेंचोद यूनियन वालों को बिठा के सैलरी खिलाओ और हमारा ज़कात खिलाओ. That's the problem. See, and you can apply this free market principle even on our political parties. That's what has happened up till 2019-20 basically, 2019-2020. See, the free market principle can apply to this idea, to the political scenario, because so many political parties we have. So we have basically so many parties to choose from. They can have an internal competition amongst themselves. That, okay, you are not doing the best job for me, you do the best job for me. Okay, but that's a problem which can't happen in USA because there are only two parties. But यहाँ पे वो सॉल्व नहीं हुआ उसके वजह से, वो कंपटीशन की वजह से. यहाँ पे क्या हो गया? कार्टेलाइजेशन हुआ. Okay, cartelization becomes a problem and monopoly also becomes a problem, which happens in West Bengal basically, because SVF is such a big producer that you can't go anywhere else. SVF owns the cinema theaters, SVF distributes everyone's films. So if you go to any other producer to do music for them, your movie won't even release. So you have to work for SVF directly or indirectly. So that's another way of controlling the market, but which is also illegal basically and should be broken up. बट एनीवे, कार्टेलाइजेशन तो इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स में बाकी सब पार्टियों के बीच में हुआ है हमेशा. सबके सब चूतिए सोशलिस्ट है ना? सबके सब अगेंस्ट कास्टिज्म है, हिंदू कास्टिज्म ओनली. सबके सबको यूनियंस करना है, इवन आरएसएस सबका यूनियन है, सबको फ्री चीज़ें देना है. तो ये तो कार्टेलाइजेशन हो गया. तुम लोगों के बीच में कोई पोलराइजेशन है ही नहीं. मुझे चाहिए पोलराइजेशन. I want to see how different you are from the other party, and on the basis of some people will vote for you and some people won't vote for you. मगर अगर ये पूरा जो यूपी बिहार का जो ये 100-150 पार्टी है, तृणमूल है, कांग्रेस है, इन सब का पॉलिसी सेम है, that's cartelization. You are not getting a better facility because all of them have agreed upon. And the bigger problem of cartelization that we have seen in Indian politics is that no one pursues any case against each other, because everyone knows that I will let you steal this money because you will let me steal some money, which is why now everyone is fucking pissed off their minds that BJP is pursuing the ED thing, right? ED has been given so much power. That is the thing that's pissing off everyone, because they thought this will go on. They thought Modi will also say that, yeah, तुम थोड़ा पैसा मार लो, बाद में हम भी पैसा मारेंगे. अब नरेंद्र मोदी को पैसा नहीं मारना है, योगी आदित्यनाथ को नहीं पैसा मारना है. But obviously the counter argument can be that why is he pursuing only non-BJP people? Because I guess he has some commitment to winning elections, and he needs some machinery, and at best this is coming as a warning to BJP people as well, that mend your houses by the time I'm coming to you. I'm getting to you. First I'm getting to all the other parties. I'm coming soon for you as well, but you stop doing this by the time I come for you. That's the message that's clear to everyone. But everyone else thought that BJP will never do this. And that's what has happened. Why did Mamata Banerjee leave Congress in the first place? Because that cartelization was happening in Bengal. CPM and Congress were two absolute homies, brothers. They were sucking each other's dicks all day. That's why Mamata Banerjee got pissed off that, अरे भाई, opposition क्या कर रहा है यहाँ पे? Trinamool is beating up our people on the streets and you are supporting Congress in everything. Even in colleges. कांग्रेस का जो स्टूडेंट विंग है, छात्र परिषद और एसएफआई, हर जगह में इनका अंडरस्टैंडिंग रहता था. हमारे बंगाल में, आई डोंट नो इफ इट हैपेंस इन मेनी अदर गवर्नमेंट कॉलेजेस इन द रेस्ट ऑफ द कंट्री एज वेल, सेम कॉलेज हैज़ अ डे वर्जन, अ नाइट वर्जन एंड मॉर्निंग वर्जन, राइट? फॉर एग्जाम्पल आशुतोष कॉलेज में ये एसएफआई कांग्रेस ने अपने आप में अंडरस्टैंडिंग बना लिया, कोई भी किसी और को इलेक्शन लड़ने नहीं देगा. मगर आशुतोष कॉलेज का जो नाइट वर्जन है, नाइट कॉलेज है, उसका प्रिंसिपल मशीनरी पीपल सब अलग है, मगर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सेम है. तो उसका नाम है श्यामा प्रसाद कॉलेज. तो श्यामा प्रसाद कॉलेज में हमेशा सीपी पावर में रहेगा यूनियन में, आशुतोष कॉलेज में हमेशा एसएफआई पावर में रहेगा, और उनका मॉर्निंग है जोगमाया देवी कॉलेज. जोगमाया वाज सर आशुतोष मुखर्जीज वाइफ, श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जीज मदर. Jogomaya college was morning, that is a girls college, and there only DSO was always in power. So that's cartelization. That cartelization needs to be prevented by government. वो cartelization prevent करना government का काम है, not doing unions and asking for bullshit salaries only for giving zakat to the union. Okay, there are monopolies and monopsonies. Yes. And yes, SVF is kind of a monopoly and monopsony. They are the sole buyers of services provided by technicians as well. This cartelization also happens for hiring maids in building complexes. Yes, anyone paying higher than the decided amount faces isolation from neighbors. That's why where there is high union bazi, anyone who works and gives and produces more than the decided amount, they also get looked upon by the rest of their employees. That's also very common. कि तुम भाई इतना काम क्यों कर रहे हो, तुम्हारे अगेंस्ट एचआर इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू हो जाएगा, यूनियन करवाएगा इन्वेस्टिगेशन. इतना काम करने को तुमको किसने बोला? हमने नेगोशिएट किया है 10 रुपये, तुमको मिलेगा 7 रुपये, और तुम काम करोगे आधा घंटा ही. 45 मिनट अगर काम करने का तुम्हारा चाह है, पैशन है, मारो गोली पैशन का. हार्डवर्क को माँ का भोसड़ा. तुमको इतना कम ही काम करना है, इतना ही सैलरी देना है, और तुमका इस सैलरी का पोर्शन मुझको देना ही देना है. दैट्स व्हाई यूनियन इज नेवर अ सॉल्यूशन. Okay, let's check this out.
How is that Marxist? It's very strange, all this gender and sex and sexuality. Well, Tom said, what does woke attack? The idea of being normal. Well, the queer theory thinks that there are certain people who get to set the norms of society. They are privileged. They call themselves normal. They say this is normal. It's normal to consider yourself a man and look like a man and act like a man and dress like a man and eat meat like a man. And then there are women that should be feminine and pretty and all these things. And so they get to define what's normal. They're heterosexuals, so they get to define the heterosexuality as normal and other sexualities are abnormal. And so you have a conflict across this cultural property of who gets to be considered normal and who is a pervert or a freak or some other term that gets used in their literature. But technically, who is a queer, which sounds like a slur, but they adopted it and it's a technical academic term now. It means an identity without an essence, by the way. An identity that is strictly oppositional to the concept of the normal, as defined by queer theorist David Halperin in his 1995 book, Saint Foucault, Toward a Gay Hagiography. I didn't make that up. I'm not extrapolating. So you see, queer theory is just another species of the genus of Marxism. What about post-colonial theory, which is plaguing Europe, thanks to Frantz Fanon and his biggest European fan, Jean-Paul Sartre? What about this? What's the same? You have the West as the oppressor. They have access to the material and cultural wealth of the world because they've decided their culture is the default and have gone and colonized the world to bring culture to the world, as they say. And so the oppressed, the natives around the world, the people have to band together, and their activity is going to be called decolonization.
And decolonization किसके education पे, किसके literature पे होगा? मार्क्स का. तो पोस्ट कॉलोनाइजेशन कहाँ सोल्यूशन दिया है हमको? पोस्ट कॉलोनाइजेशन जो ये सब लोग बोल रहे हैं कि पोस्ट कॉलोनाइजेशन इज वेरी प्रो नेटिव एटसेट्रा. अरे वो प्रो नेटिव वहाँ पे है जहाँ पे एंशियंट कल्चर उसका रह नहीं गया. जहाँ पे एंशियंट कल्चर रहा है, जिंदा है, वहाँ तो बोल रहे हैं कि वो फैशिज्म हो गया. सो दे आर एब्सोल्युटली रॉन्ग ऑन देयर डायग्नोसिस. दे आर हाफ करेक्ट इन देयर डायग्नोसिस ऑफ पोस्ट कॉलोनियलिज्म. दिस इज व्हाट आई हैव नोटिस्ड इन डगलस मरी एज वेल.
They have to remove every aspect of Western culture. So when they come to Belgium or they come to France or they come to the United States and they say we're going to decolonize the curriculum, or they go to the UK and say we're going to decolonize Shakespeare, this is what they mean. We're going to remove the cultural significance of your cultural artifacts because those cultural artifacts themselves are oppressive to us. This is the same system. It's another species. In the exact same genus, and that genus is Marxism, which is a way of thinking about the world. And the goal is always to seize the means of control of the production of man and history and society. Marx merely believed it was through economic means. Now it's through socio-cultural means. The evolution into this sometimes called Western Marxism began in the 1920s. We had a Russian Revolution in 1917, and this did not happen in Europe. And the Marxists in Europe were confused. And so Antonio Gramsci sat down and wrote out some things. And George Lukács sat down and wrote History and Class Consciousness after the failure of the revolution in Hungary. And they wrote what became cultural Marxism. The idea that we have to enter the cultural institutions in order to change them from within, because Western culture has something about it that's repelling socialism. So we have to go inside and change the culture to make it socialist. Now, you aren't allowed to talk about cultural Marxism now. They've categorized this as a conspiracy theory. They say that it is anti-Semitic. This is not true. Antonio Gramsci wrote books. George Lukács wrote books. You can read those books. They have a philosophy. If they don't like the name cultural Marxism, we can use the name that other people at the time used, Western Marxism. So much like, a virus adapting to the conditions, it changed to try to infect a new host. It worked in feudal societies. Marxism took over in Russia. It took over later in China. It took over in all of these kind of agriculturally driven feudal societies, but it wouldn't work in actual capitalist nations because Marx was wrong. Then several Germans from the Frankfurt School started to study this phenomenon in more depth, and they evolved the idea further. They evolved the idea into what's called critical Marxism. They developed what's called the critical theory. And Max Horkheimer, who designed the critical theory, explained the critical theory. And what did he say? He said, well, what we came to realize was that Marx was wrong about one thing. Capitalism does not immiserate the worker. It allows him to build a better life. So I developed the critical theory because it is not possible to articulate the vision of a good society on the terms of the existing society. So critical Marxism criticizes the entirety of the existing society. Everything is somehow needing to be subjected to Marxist conflict analysis. But how?
अरे अब इसको कौन समझाएगा कि एग्जैक्टली यही हो रहा है इंडियंस के साथ 1947 से 50s से राजा राममोहन रॉय के टाइम से ये लोग आज फेस कर रहे हैं. दिस इज एग्जैक्टली व्हाट वी हैव फेस्ड एंड दिस इज व्हाई वी हैव अ कॉमन natural क्या था natural allies. They should become our natural allies against this common enemy called post-colonialism and Marxism.
How is that to be done? They sought an answer through the middle part of the 20th century, and World War II breaks out. The Frankfurt School comes to America, which in this metaphor is the Wuhan Institute of Virology, because gain of function began to happen on the Marxist virus very quickly in America. And American universities adopted these professors from Germany. And Herbert Marcuse, writing in the 1960s, said extremely clearly, this writing in 1969, not only did he say capitalism delivers the goods, gives people a good life, makes them wealthy and comfortable and happy, he also said that the working class is no longer going to be the base of the revolution because of these things. In other words, we don't have to be responsible to the working class anymore, which opens up the ability for Marxists who are seeking power to make friends with the corporations.
Yes, and I have heard this argument when I was in class 12, when I used to visit JU in awe of the people there. And my political science professor, political science teacher in school was an MPhil guy in JU. He used to have these discussions with other people that the lower class, the real proletariats are sort of not a problem per se, but they are not as important in this fight against capitalism and bourgeoisie because they can't give arguments. They don't have the power of articulation. They don't know how to fight the battle intellectually. They can be used as pawns in an actual armed revolution. But armed revolution agar is out of option, tab kya kare? तब मारो गोली सालों को. तब क्या होगा? जाने दो. तब हमको ही सब दायित्व लेना है. तब हमको ही ये एजुकेशन सिस्टम के अंदर रह के ये सब चुतिया पर फैलाना है. सो द वर्कर्स आर नॉट इवन अ बिग क्वेश्चन if armed revolution goes out of question. That's what has to be done in the Patharba situation as well. Pasmandas, the poor Muslims who are their pawns in violent conflicts, if people like Yogi Adityanath and Himanta Biswa Sharma, if these people make it go into their heads that violence is out of the question. तुम जो बोलना है बोलो, गुस्सा दिखाओ, सब चलेगा. मोदी को गाली दो, सब चलेगा. रास्ते में वायलेंस करोगे, सीधा घर टूट जाएगा. ये अगर एक और 5-10 साल में दिमाग में घुस जाएगा और सब कुछ करूँगा, रास्ते पे पत्थर नहीं फेंकूंगा, then they will have to do other things. Then Pasmandas will go out of their priority list because now they are not important to them. Because now they can't use them to just throw stones. Now they'll have to fight it other ways. Or you fight with other ways they have already started in the West, not in the East, in India so much. You realize why? क्योंकि वहाँ पे पत्थरबाजी नहीं चलेगा. सब कोई AR-15 निकालेगा. ठीक है, इसलिए वहाँ पे बेंचोदों को इक्वालिटी लैब्स खोलना पड़ता है. वहाँ पे जाके बोलेंगे सबको कि देखो भाई कितना इस्लामोफोबिया है, क्या करें अब. वहाँ पे पत्थरबाजी नहीं होगा ना, बिकॉज वायलेंस इज आउट ऑफ द क्वेश्चन देयर. यहाँ पे वायलेंस आउट ऑफ द क्वेश्चन it has to become that obvious that it's out of the question, and then they will start doing the equality labs things here, which they are doing anyway. Here they are doing patharbazi as well as equality labs things. So we have to counter them in both ways. And as I've always said, you want to counter Patharbazi with Bajrang Dal, fair enough. Go have 100 FIRs in your name. But it's the job of Yogi Adityanath and the police anyway, for which we pay taxes already. And force them to do a better job, and not just create another system where you have to pay another bunch of your salary to those people, to Bajrang Dal, etc. But ideologically counter करने के लिए हमको संजय दीक्षित जैसा दीपक संजीव सन्याल चाहिए, and the discussions we are having, those things are required. Okay, let me check some comments. This is where objective scientific method should be used to decide what is normal. This is where the concept of no objective truth is dangerous. And see, what I clipped in that short recently, that objective truth नहीं है ambiguous है, ये सब तो philosophy के realm में है, policy के realm में तो कभी नहीं है. अर्थशास्त्र, do you think there is no objective truth in अर्थशास्त्र? वेद पढ़ के, वेद पूरा खा लेके, बार बार जिन लोगों ने न्याय या जस्टिस, लॉ कुछ भी बनाया है, उन सब के दिमाग में लॉ को लेके तो एम्बिग्यूटी नहीं था. ये चीज़ करना अलाउड है, ये चीज़ करना अलाउड नहीं है. यहाँ पे तो एम्बिग्यूटी नहीं है. इट्स ऑल बेस्ड ऑन वेदास ओनली. तो ये जो फैलाया गया है कि देयर इज नो एब्सोल्यूट ट्रूथ इन हिंदुइज्म, सो अलाउ एवरीथिंग दैट्स हैपनिंग. नो. देयर आर एब्सोल्यूट लॉज, देयर आर एब्सोल्यूट डूज एंड डोंट्स बेस्ड ऑन लॉ. तुम फिलोसॉफी और हार्ड लॉज मत मिक्सअप करो, स्वधर्म और राजधर्म मत मिक्सअप करो, और फिलोसॉफी और पॉलिसी भी मत मिक्सअप करो. इफ द प्रोलेटारिएट्स आर पर्सनल, वेट, यहाँ पे एक हार्ट साइन आ गया है जिसकी वजह से मुझे कमेंट नहीं दिख रहा है. लेट मी चेक इट फ्रॉम हियर. If the proletariats are persona non grata, then why are they even fighting capitalism? I thought all this was fighting for the working class proletariats. Where are proletariats really fighting? इंडिया पे हो रहा है, इंडिया में हो रहा है क्योंकि उनका तो रिलीजियन बन गया है. Proletariats are always religious. This is what you have to understand. The very reason that Marxism did not become a worldwide phenomenon, which they predicted would happen, which is their signal that workers of the world unite because you have nothing to lose but your chains, because they thought proletariats are really unhappy being poor, and they are going to become atheists and going to unite on the basis of their economic condition. मगर इन लोगों को ये समझ में नहीं आया कि प्रोलेटारिएट्स तो है भाई डिवाउट रिलीजियस पीपल, जहाँ के भी हैं. प्रोलेटारिएट्स आर द बिगेस्ट कैरियर्स ऑफ दैट प्लेसेस कल्चर एंड रिलीजन, बिकॉज दे डोंट हैव द प्रिविलेज ऑफ प्लेइंग दिस बुलशिट ग्लोबल सिटीजन आइडियाज. तो अमेरिका में मार्क्सिज्म का परचेज और भी कम है, वहाँ के प्रोलेटारिएट्स ही तो ट्रम्प को वोट देते हैं. लेट मी टेल यू अ big stat. Okay, your mind will be blown with this stat, what I'm about to tell you. Just wait. Listen to this. People who vote for Trump versus people who don't, people who voted for Biden. Okay, check this out. This is an article by sort of an apologetic democratic intellectual, Democratic Party ka supporter, who is now thinking that yes, Trump is bad, but why aren't we able to convince them? उस context में क्या लिखा है सुनो. Members of our class also segregate ourselves. He's talking about white liberals, rich people, okay? We segregate ourselves into a few booming metro areas, San Francisco, DC, Austin, and so on. Now listen to this stat. In 2020, Joe Biden won only 500 or so counties. But together, they are responsible for 71% of the American economy. Okay. Liberals are voting for, liberals एकजुट होकर वोट कर रहे हैं जिसके लिए उन लोगों का मेन वोटर बेस है 500 काउंटी में, मगर इतना पैसा दे दिया है, इतना सपोर्ट वहाँ से मिल रहा है, और सबको जाना भी पड़ रहा है वहाँ पे स्लम्स में रहने के लिए, जैसे कि हमारे यहाँ बेंगलुरु, मुंबई इज़ द मेन कल्चर हब्स एक्सेट्रा. तो वो 500 काउंटी के लोगों का नेटवर्थ ऐसा है कि वो लोग आर द 71% ऑफ द इकोनॉमी, सिर्फ 500 काउंटी में. अब सुनो, Trump won over 2,500 counties, responsible for only 29% of the American economy. Once we find our cliques, we don't get out much. In the book Social Class in the 21st Century, sociologist Mike Savage and his co-researchers found that the members of the highly educated class tend to be the most insular, most protected. पता ही नहीं है क्या हो रहा है पूरे बाकी दुनिया में. Measured by how often we have contact with those who have jobs unlike our own, which is why they don't understand actually how proletariats think, and which is why our proletariats are basically Marxist, because they are religiously Marxist. They are not thinking on it based on economics. तो वो रिलीजियन बंद करो. उन लोगों को समझाना पड़ेगा कि अरे भाई फ्री चीज़ से तुम्हारा भला नहीं होगा. अल्टीमेटली तुम जो चीज़ खरीदते हो सबका तुमको टैक्स भी देना पड़ता है ना. तो तुम स्वाभिमान के साथ जो सैलरी मिल रहा है वो सैलरी लेके अपना खुद का सब चीज़ खुद खरीदोगे कि यूनियन को पैसा दोगे और इतना टैक्स दोगे सब चीज़ों में. जो चीज़ खरीद रहे हो सब कुछ में तो जीएसटी दे रहे हो. वो कौन सा काम आ रहा है तुम्हारा. ओके. If the proletariats are personal, if without street power, intellectual power is useless in Bharat. We have to empower VHP and Bajrang Dal and get them away from RSS control. Strengthen VHP and Bajrang Dal as much as you can go extreme tribal. Yeah, but the problem is that when you are saying these things, there is an economic superiority involved here. Because if you really had the balls to join Bajrang Dal yourself, you would not have a fake profile on your YouTube, right? I'm not hating you for it. I know what constraints we have in our society. But I'm saying that if you are not even brave enough to have a YouTube channel with your own name and your own DP, how do you expect people to join Bajrang Dal and VHP and get beaten up or get killed or have 100 FIRs in their name? Then what you are basically saying is that गरीब लोगों को भेजो, हमको नहीं भेजना है. हम अपने बेटे को नहीं भेजेंगे, हम अपने मामा काका को नहीं भेजेंगे, हम खुद नहीं जाएंगे, हम यूट्यूब में डीपी नहीं देंगे, मगर बोलेंगे कि कोई ना किसी को जाना चाहिए वीएचपी में. ठीक है. दैट्स एन एब्सोल्यूट बैंडेड ऑफ अ बैंडेड आइडिया एंड फॉर विच यू हैव टू स्पेंड एक्स्ट्रा मनी विच यू आर ऑलरेडी पेइंग एज टैक्सेस फॉर फकर्स इन द पुलिस. ओके. So I'm saying keep pushing for police reforms and promoting Yogi Adityanath's kind of governance and not another investment in Bajrang Dal and VHP, where you are basically saying this because you are rich enough to not have to join that just for money. Because you are asking someone to join. No, you are asking basically poor people to do your fighting, to do your dirty work. I'm saying find a better solution. How do you propose the government defeats cartelization from corporates or unions? There are different ways to it. Unions का cartelization तो नहीं होगा. Unions को पूरा बंद कर देना है. नहीं होगा unions. या फिर companies को बोल दो कि it's fine. Or encourage in some rhetoric in some way that companies should not really look for unions, and if they absolutely don't allow unions, that should be absolutely celebrated. That's the way to do it. Who says I have not joined any of these organizations? Then why don't you have a DP and your original name? It's good if you have joined, and I hope you are alive, and I hope you don't spend your life in jail. But it's good. And I will never say you should not, but I will say that you should not promote this idea, because most people are not going to join it themselves, and most people are not going to sell their relatives. I know people who actively say that Hindus must become even as evil as terrorists to counter these things. But his own son studies in a big university in Maharashtra. Lol. That's the people I'm talking about. Okay. हाउ डू यू प्रपोज द गवर्नमेंट डिफीट्स कार्टेलाइजेशन. हाँ, तो कार्टेलाइजेशन डिफीट करने का ये उपाय है कि गवर्नमेंट को नोटिस करना चाहिए कि व्हाट आर द इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स ऑफ सैलरी फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर जॉब. इससे कम इंडिया में थोड़ा बहुत होगा शायद, हमारा रुपी डॉलर के तौर पे कम है इसलिए, मगर कितना कम रह रहा है. और हर कंपनी में क्या सिर्फ 1-2 रुपये का डिफरेंस है? कोई भी आके नया सैलरी नहीं दे पा रहा है. इफ दैट इज द केस गोइंग ऑन, what is going on? Is it really because the industry can afford to pay? For example, कार्टेलाइजेशन अगर नहीं भी हो तो भी ए.आर. रहमान को अचानक 500 करोड़ रुपए नहीं मिलेगा कोई भी मूवी करने के लिए. ऐसा कोई फ्री मार्केट सोल्यूशन नहीं है कि ए.आर. रहमान को 500 करोड़ रुपए मिल जाए एक मूवी का बैकग्राउंड स्कोर करने के लिए. एक रीजनेबल अमाउंट ऑफ फीस में ही ए.आर. रहमान को सेटिस्फाइड रहना पड़ेगा. मगर वो कितना कम है, और अगर वो उतना ही कम है, वो बाकी दुनिया के कंपैरिजन में कितना कम है, और बाकी सभी एम्प्लॉयर्स मिलके क्या ये आर्टिफिशियली कम रख रहे हैं, ये ढूंढना है सरकार को. और ये ढूंढ के अगर निकला कि अच्छा ये लोग तो थोड़ा इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू होगा. ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू हुआ है, किसी को बताने का ज़रूरत भी नहीं है, मगर हिंट्स जब मिलता है इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू होना चाहिए. और फिर देखना होगा कि अच्छा ये प्रोड्यूसर ने इस प्रोड्यूसर के साथ बात किया है का, या फिर इनडायरेक्टली या फिर डायरेक्टली भी. Have they really met up and decided that we are going to pay Raman only 1,000 rupees for a film's background score? Then they see cartelization and then find the fuck out of these companies. Best lessons on freebies was the inscription we did today. Yes, I meant because Marxists tied up with rich corporations against proletariats because capitalism improves their lives. Yes, then whom are the Marxists even fighting for? They are just fighting for their religion. और कुछ नहीं है. Or they think that okay, proletariats are stupid fucks, but even if we do this for them, okay, they don't know they are in darkness, we know they are in darkness, but after all, if we do end up doing this, even without their help, we will make their lives better. वो instinct है अभी भी. I have joined and I'm a member. However, until I'm fully financially free, but until then, in a lower organization level, I have had heated debates with BJP cucks and have been jailed after. Yes. And you will be jailed multiple times. You are basically going out of law and beating people up. So, jail to tumhare bhagya mein hai hi bar. After trying to defend Hindu Dharma from Congis, which is why I won't appear fully online until I'm secure, then the gloves are off. Okay, I understand. Yeah, that makes a sense. But if you are doing that, okay. You are basically saying you are okay with going to jail. So, savior complex. Yes, savior complex is the essence of any Abrahamic thought. Okay, now let's get back to the video.
The bosses are no longer the enemy, they're an opportunity. Because the working class is irrelevant. He said the energy is somewhere else. He said it's in the racial minorities, the sexual minorities, the feminists, the outsiders. That's who he said have the energy for a Marxist revolution in the West, not the working class.
Not the working
and so
class.
Marxism was able to evolve to abandon the
Because the working class votes for Trump.
working class. And so what did they do? Well, all they had studied for 30 years was what they called the culture industry, an industry that commodifies and packages culture and sells it back to people. So supposedly stripped of what it actually is, empty, abstract now. And so what, of course, did they do? They seized the means of production of the culture industry, because that's what they do. And so they started to transform the culture industry to sell racial, sexual, gender, sexuality-based agitprop, as though that were genuine culture. And so we get concepts like
Agitprop. Agitation prop. सिर्फ protest करते फिरो. Banner बनाओ और hoarding बनाओ, poster बनाओ, festoon बनाओ.
cultural appropriation. We get concepts like cultural relevance, cultural this, cultural that, cultural everything. And it's all provided in pastiche. It's all provided as a mockery of what's really going on. And this evolved in America's highly racialized context. And we ended up with woke, a form of identity-based Marxism, a constellation of Marxist species that all work with the same operating premise but locate themselves in different, and I'll use the German term here for this, folk. The LGBTQ is a folk. And they get folkish identity there and become activists. The black community is a folk. How do I know? That's what W.E.B. Du Bois said it would be when he laid down the foundations that became critical race theory later. They think of themselves as nations. Don't they all have flags? Don't they put them on your buildings like columns?
And this is why I say wokeism has been exported from India. Because if you read India, Bharat, Pakistan, you will see all this has been said in exactly this way for the Muslim community by Muslim intellectuals who are phenomenally articulate, insanely great in English. People like Syed Amir Ali. People like that Nawab of Bangladesh. What some Nawab uska naam tha, kya tha? Nawab Salimullah. Okay, Nawab Salimullah, Syed Amir Ali, Syed Ahmed Khan. These are the people who came up with these ideas and which were propagated and given a voice by Marxist intellectuals, because they realized that, okay, aren't they kind of right? Muslims are really sad and oppressed under the colonized rule, and then Hindus are going to rule. Inka kya hoga bichare minorities? So, inke liye to ye, they have to be treated as a folk. They have to be treated as a nation. Isliye they are a people. They are not a minority. They are not part of the citizenry. They are a people. A people meaning a separate population. Two nation theory ka birth yahi se hota hai, which is why that people has a separate flag. Okay. Let me check some comments. And let me be clear. I only ask those people to join who are able, those who have a lot to lose and are unwilling to lose them. To them, I say just support VHP and Bajrang Dal financially. That's it. Socialism is a natural consequence in our social preferences. Even BJP is not immune to it. Yeah. It's not savior complex in my case. It is to defend my faith, and no one is speaking for my people and my faith. We have to stand up. Yeah, of course. It's not savior complex for you, brother. It's savior complex for the other people.
Colonizers, don't they hang them in your streets? They think of themselves as occupying nations, but they see themselves as bound together, just like the various colonized nations around the world, in seeking liberation from Western civilization. And so we end up with Western Marxism taking many forms, but with one overarching approach. And the approach that they use, I started off by saying, is Maoist, not merely Marxist. Now you know the theory is Marx. It's just evolved into different species to attack the West at its weakest points, through our tolerance, through our acceptance, through our openness, through our generosity, through our best traits, actually. The things that we should be proud of being, the things that we are proud of being. But Mao Zedong knew how to use identity politics.
Yes, cultural revolution. Yeah, Rutvik, I missed it because I वो top comments वाला घपला था. Yes, now I can see your comment. So you said India has an invisible form of unionization, auto drivers, electricians, caste punch societies which create real estate, milk coops, yes, milk cooperatives, sugarcane politics. Yes, BJP isn't able to break this. Nor do they, I think, want to break this. वो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन का फ्री मार्केट वाला लोग आएंगे तब होगा, और वो भी शायद तब भी शायद नहीं होगा, क्योंकि यूनियन बाजी का सबसे बड़ा डर यही होगा हमेशा कि अरे भाई हम यूनियन नहीं करेंगे तब तो कंपनी हमको 4 रुपये पर आवर दे के काम करवाएगा. तो इसके लिए बहुत पर्कुलेशन ऑफ थॉमसवेल काइंड ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स ज़रूरी है, जिससे कि लोगों को पता चले कि अरे यूनियनाइजेशन इज़ नॉट द गोल. यूनियनाइजेशन, यूनियनबाजी हर पार्टी का प्रॉब्लम होता है, नॉट बिकॉज द पार्टी इज़ बैड, बिकॉज द सोल्यूशन इटसेल्फ इज़ बैड इवन इन थ्योरी. Otherwise, it's like saying that real communism has never been tried. That's the same problem with unions. Real unionism has never been tried. हर जगह यूनियनबाजी फेल कर रहा है. Socialism is a natural consequence in our social preferences. Even BJP is not immune to it. Yes.
I don't know how you study in Europe, but in America we have very red-washed education, as we might say. The communists have stripped out all
यही तो प्रॉब्लम हमारा है. तो और ये लोग सोचते हैं कि हिंदूज इनका शत्रु है.
education about communism entirely. You don't learn about it in America at all. So we don't learn anything about Mao. And maybe you don't know this, but I tell this to American audiences and they're shocked. Mao used identity politics. He created 10 identities in China. 5, he labeled red for communist. 5, he labeled black for fascist. And he categorized people into these identity categories. What they are doesn't really matter. Of course, they were communists. They were things like landlord and rich farmer and things like this. Right-winger is a bad category in and of itself, by the way. Conservative, all of them, bad. Bad influences, that's another one. You could be a bad influence for just thinking the wrong thing or saying the wrong thing at any time, or because the government decides it doesn't like you. These are the bad categories. And if you have a bad category, very importantly, your children have a bad category by default. So they create a social pressure for your children to identify as revolutionaries, at which point they get a red identity, a communist identity, a good identity. And they get rewarded for it. And the youth led the revolution in China because Mao did this, identity politics through the children in the schools. This should feel very uncomfortable to you. Because here we have, at least in the United States, we tell our children being white is bad. Being white is oppressive. You automatically hurt people of other races by your very existence.
And which is why white liberals are the ones who are embracing LGBTQ mostly in the largest numbers, because उनको प्रमाण करना है कि हम तो भाई ऑप्रेसर क्लास से नहीं है, हम भी थोड़ा विक्टिम है, चलो अब मैं हिजरा बन जाता हूँ.
But by the way, if you become queer, we'll celebrate you. And you can create a radical army of people who identify as gender minorities and sexual minorities at 7 years old. You can lead them into paths of puberty blockers and transition, medical transition, which of course Big Pharma profits off of. At 7 years old, behind their parents' back. There's a reason for this. It's the same program that Mao Zedong used to radicalize the youth in China. The only thing different is the identity categories have shifted. It's Maoist cultural revolution with American characteristics, and it's being exported to Europe. And just like how critical race theory has come to Europe, even though it doesn't make sense, it will come to Europe, whether it makes sense or not, and you will have a cultural revolution here too. You guys even had a kind of offshoot one in 2020. George Floyd dies in Minnesota, which has nothing to do with you. And you guys have statues coming down in Europe. Total nonsense. It doesn't matter though. The point is...
And all this is supported by the ESG movement, and people think I'm a conspiracy theorist. Someone said I'm a conspiracy theorist for pointing out that, Are bhai, Jio is teaming up with ESG. Modi is teaming up with World Economics Forum. All this is going to translate into ESG and casteism, further casteism-based politics, and they're going to find more victim groups to involve. Now, ESG in India probably will say that you have to have 50 Muslims in your board, in your company. तब क्या करोगे? तब मुझको conspiracy theorist बोलोगे या बोलोगे कि नहीं विवेक रामास्वामी पढ़ के क्या होगा? All this is coming to you very soon.
Is to destroy Western civilization from within, using Maoist techniques. One last point about Mao to kind of drive that point home. Mao said in 1942 that his formula to transform China was called unity, criticism, unity. First, you try to create the desire for unity. Then you criticize people for not living up to that. Then you bring them into unity under a new standard. Does that feel like what you're being put through? But the words are different. We use words like inclusion and belonging.
और वो ESG के वजह से ही इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम यहाँ वहाँ वो नील डाउन करते फिरता है नेशनल एंथम के वक्त. अजीब बात है. हमने ब्लैक लोगों को मारा जाके. आईसीसी और बीसीसीआई में इतना इन्वेस्टमेंट है ESG का, वो समझना पड़ेगा लोगों को, भारतीयों को.
Belonging. We'll have a place where everybody feels like they belong. We just want to have an inclusive space. But unfortunately, you have racist ideas, and we have to criticize you for those. You need to criticize yourself for those. You need to go study 学习 in Mandarin. exactly like Mao said. And then we can bring you into unity under a new standard, which Mao called socialist discipline, which we in the West would not buy. We call it in the West inclusion. And so we have this new program, and within inclusion we have, or above inclusion actually, we have sustainability. We have a sustainable and inclusive future. I see the Agenda 2030 here with an X over it. The sustainable and inclusive future is the new socialist standard, that we will have freedom under socialist discipline. And Mao said the way that that will work is through what he called democratic centralism. We call that stakeholder capitalism.
Stakeholder capitalism is what ESG is doing and the World Economic Forum is doing, and my power is again gone. Let's see if it stays on until this video ends, hopefully.
And my shot at the World Economic Forum is taken, because it's one of the things coordinating this.
Yes.
My shot at the United Nations is taken, because it's one of the things that's coordinating this. So woke is Marxism. It's advancing through Maoist cultural revolution. It's using Americanized identity categories, and while some of those will not work in Europe, I guarantee you the colonial aspect will. They will find your weakness, they will adapt the theory to fit, because it's like a virus that will evolve to its host. And Europe is at great risk. Now, the last thing I'll mention is this risk is twofold. When you endure Marxist provocation, Marxist strategy is always of the same type. It's called middle-level violence. They don't come at you with full-blown Bolshevik assault very often. It's middle-level violence. They provoke, which means if you give in and you do like Jean-Paul Sartre said in his foreword to The Wretched of the Earth by Franz Fanon, the post-colonial book, he said, the violence is coming. So Europe's best bet is to give it away so that they don't kill you. They'll murder you and take it, or maybe you can give it away, give your culture away, give your countries away, and they'll let you live.
This is what we think of our Pattharbaz as well. Okay, chalo karne do. And my power might go off, and the live stream might end anytime randomly, okay? Because the power is not back yet. My inverter is working.
They're coming for you. And this is what Europe needs to learn. That's what he says in the foreword of Wretched of the Earth. You can read it for yourself, probably in the original French that I can't read. And I think that's the path Europe has followed. So you can give away. That's one side, because they provoke at the middle. Or you can react and overreact, which sadly Europe has had a rough history in the last century with overreactions. And if you overreact, what will they do? They will weaponize your overreaction for a century, forever, and gain moral authority so that you end up having to give it away later anyway. So you have to stand firm in your principles, but you have to do so cleverly. You have to do so understanding that you're being provoked, which means you don't react as the provocateur wants you to react. You have to outsmart them, which is not possible unless you know the diagnosis of your problem.
Yes.
It's a Polish proverb, never attempt to cure what you don't understand. Woke is Marxism, evolved to attack the West. If you don't understand that, you will not act correctly. You will not
See, again, he is not fully correct, because wokeism is also designed to attack Hinduism as well, and Indian culture. Sab kuch.
cure it, and it will conquer your countries. It will conquer all of Europe, and we will have a very, very long, sustainable, and inclusive future with absolutely no freedom. Because the goal is to make us into what they call global citizens. Have you heard this term? This term is nonsense. There's no global sovereign, so there is no global citizenship. There's no relationship because there's no ruler, and we don't want a ruler of the globe. It's a nonsense term. But they tell you, if you actually read their literature, what is a global citizen? It's somebody, I kid you not, I make no joke. They say this themselves. It's somebody who supports the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations Agenda 2030. That's a global citizen. And they say, what are the rights of a global citizen? This is in a book about global citizenship education published 2 years ago. What are the rights of a global citizen? And the answer, one paragraph later, is we're not that interested in rights with global citizenship. It's more about global responsibilities. In other words, slavery. This is a pivotal moment in the history of the Western world. The model that they are pushing us toward, using the means and mechanisms of that place, is the model we see in China. If you want to know what your future looks like if we don't stop the woke, look at China. Look at the social credit system. Look at the oppression. Look at people disappearing for having the wrong opinions. One of their greatest billionaires, Jack Ma, said the wrong thing about the government and disappeared. A billionaire.
He disappeared, but he's back now.
If you want to know what the future of Europe and America and the Five Eyes or whatever the countries, it's China. That's the model. So we have to fight back against woke, but to fight back against woke, we have to understand it, and I will close by restating my thesis. Woke as Marxism evolved to take on the West, and it's been very successful so far because we haven't known our enemy, we cannot name our enemy, and I've come here to name our enemy. So thank you for your time and attention and letting me do that.
अरे मेरा mouse कहाँ गया? Okay, So that's the end of this live stream, because I'll shut down the computer because otherwise it will go away randomly. Let me just check the final comments. If the globe is sovereign, then no one is sovereign. Yes, exactly. Unaccountable, invisible people are then the ones truly in power. Yes. Okay then. Good night, guys. Okay. Let's see if I can read my comments. It will probably go offline all of a sudden. Okay. Do you see parallels with Indian and Chinese politics? I fear we are in the 1890s of Chinese politics. RSS is getting mandalized. True Indology. Like KMT became anti-old world. There is a possibility, but there is a significant counter coming up, because, as I said, I think next generation of BJP supporters, which was not remotely the case in the previous generation, the people in their 20s and 30s are very Thomas Sowell. तो वो होगा तो तुम जो बोल रहे हो वो नहीं होगा. I hope you understand Hindi. Even if they are cultural Hindu, that is a start. They will embrace dharmic capitalism eventually. Get those people in the But do remember, do not forget that they are economically left. They will say that we need more reservation, we need unions as well. Okay. Thanks for joining then. Good night, guys. I'm ending the live stream because I don't have any power right now in my home. It will shut down any moment. Good night, guys. Thanks for joining. We'll cut down all these topics separately and then upload different videos as well. Good night.